Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Our story. Yes, sir. Welcome in. Welcome in. This is another wonderful night on a Thursday evening. Yes, sir. Welcome in. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Welcome to our story. Welcome in. Welcome in. Yes, indeed. Ready to start off the night pretty soon. Just getting warmed up. Just getting warmed up. It's a little bit cool out there, some places right now. We're in that time of the year. Yes, sir. We're gonna warm us up. Yes, sir. Just want to give a shout out to House of Seba in Jamaica. Shout out to Rashta Bali, building back up stronger over there in Trelawney, northern Jamaica, with the farming and the Rastafari sacred space. Yes, I, yes, I. So big up to Rashta Bali. If y'all know, um, follow him on Instagram at House of Seba. Keep up to date. That's what House of Seba got going on. A lot of great initiatives, setting the standard for sacramental herb consumption, for the people of the Rastafari movement and the Rastafari culture, setting the standard indeed, and doing it in a diplomatic way, moving in full capacity. So shout out to House of Seba in Jamaica with Rash Jabali and the crew. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Minister, if you could check your phone, I sent you a message. Okay, I'll see you soon.
I won't hide. No, I won't hide. Boom, 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 this a junior. Boom, 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 this a junior. Boom, 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 this a junior. Boom, boom, boom. If Jah is standing by my side, then why should I be afraid of a pestilence that crawleth by night? If Jah is standing by my side, then why should I be afraid of a pestilence that crawleth by night? Your best you try to harm I and I, aiming to kill, but I love you still. why should I be afraid of a pestilence that crawleth by night? If Jah is standing by my side, then why should I be afraid of a pestilence that crawleth by night? Boom, 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 this a junior, boom, 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 this a junior, boom, 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 this a junior, boom, boom, boom. So talk your talk and laugh your laugh, that won't shiver my heart. His secret tabernacle will guide. Guess your guess and test your test. That is in your own interest to find out the power of the Most High, Most High, Most High. Jah is standing by my side, and then why should I be afraid of a pestilence that crawleth by night? If Jah is standing by my side, then why should I be afraid of a pestilence that crawleth by night? Boom, 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 this a junior, boom, 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 this a junior, boom, 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 this a junior, boom. That's why I wanna say Jah is standing.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Welcome on. Yes, sir. All right. Now we're gonna have our national anthem. Just give me one moment. Welcome in, welcome in. Wow. That's crazy.
Got to be in that land of Ethiopia. It's the black man kingdom. Ethiopia, the land of our fathers, the land where our gods have to be. Like these two eyes swiftly gather, Jah children are gathered to thee. With our red, gold, and green floating o'er us, and our emperor to shield us from wrong. With our hope and our future before us, we hail and we chant and we sing. God bless our needless eye, who keeps Ethiopia free. Advance with truth and right, to advance with love and light, with righteousness leading. We hail to our God and our King. Humanity meeting, one love us all.
I'd recommend.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Welcome, welcome. All right, all right. Yes, we are in for another evening for our story, and we have part two of the God King. This is again with Minister Ross Lazarus, Foreign Affairs, Local 49, and the Eastern World Federation. And next we'll have our chaplain of Local 49, Zion, to take us in with the prayer. Musa Salah. Chaplain, are you able to open up your mic? One moment.
Mugusa salam, like Malcolm Nagatu, Abakudus Katamawe, Haile, the last day Siam, Xavier, Sila. Yes, I give thanks once again for a blessed rising with the glorious King, our Father, His Imperial Majesty, Abakudus Katamawe, Haile, Selassie, Siam, Xavier, Sila. Yes, I. And I give thanks for another day to do better than yesterday, to keep I and I upon our mission that's been bequeathed to we, the black peoples of the world. Sila. Yes, I. In accordance with I and I struggle to overcome. We, the black peoples of the world, in order to effect unity, solidarity, liberty, freedom, and self-determination, to secure justice and maintain the integrity of Ethiopia, which is our divine heritage. We do hereby establish and ordain this Constitution for the Ethiopian World Federation Incorporated unto His Imperial Majesty as Commander-in-Chief of the Imperial Mahel Safari in accordance with the 1931 Ethiopian Constitution. Chapter 2, Powers and Prerogatives of the Emperor, Article 29 and Article 30. For the king established us as part of his Imperial Mahel Safari army as an auxiliary force who know how to use weapons, modern weapons, and safeguard Ethiopia's divine heritage according to the 1931 Ethiopian Constitution. Therefore, our faith has become our law, and our law has become our sovereignty. For we are love, we are life, we are light, we are liberation. Bestami Ab, Rael, Memphis Kudus, Hadi Akal, Abakudus Kedamawe, Haile Selassie Siam, Exibia. Let the hungry be fed, the naked clothed, the sick nourished, the aged protected, the infants cared for, and the shelterless sheltered, and the prisoners visited, and those uneducated in Christ's heavenly manner, educated in the manner thereof. Continue to be with I and I to fulfill these goals and aspirations. For the Ethiopian World Federation is the fast of Christ. Selah, Selah, Selah. Give thanks. Yes, Chair.
Yes, I give thanks, Chaplain. Give thanks, give thanks. Yes, indeed. So yes, we are here gathered another Thursday night, and looking forward to part two of the God King, Tahaka. Yes. Coming through the time down to His Imperial Majesty, Haile Selassie the First. And we're gonna look into the principles of this energy and look into our story as to how we share these principles and how this principle leads us into this cycle of time that we are in. Yes, indeed. So yes, definitely check us out on Instagram and look out for our posts on Facebook as well. And for those who are live on YouTube or who are watching on YouTube at a later time, please like, subscribe, and share the videos so we can get the word around and get this knowledge moving around and align with ones and ones who are on that path already. Yes, sir. Give thanks. Mr. Lazarus, floor is yours.
Yes, I give thanks, give thanks. Well, we're going to move quickly because we don't want to hold you up too long, but we want you to get the right mindsets so that we can create a better tomorrow. The song I had asked our chair to President Ross Kimian to play was Tony Rebel. And Tony Rebel says, if you know Jah, come you will live up as a soldier. And I always remember Queen Mother Bubbles, Mama Bubbles, asking me questions to study for history, for our story. And she said, don't search to try to answer where people feel comfortable. Search to give your people the truth. Because a lot of times when you first talking to elders or talking to people, you try to figure out the right words that you think they want you to say. And so I always remember her saying, don't do that. Speak the truth. Mother Bubbles is the one who gave me the prayer, King Alpha, Queen Omega, Father Time, Mother Nature, the divine unity between creation and the Creator. I'll say that again. King Alpha, Queen Omega, Father Time, Mother Nature, the divine unity between creation and the Creator. That's a whole cipher. And the video we keep repeating for the last 2 weeks, and today we'll repeat it again, is to show a construction of a mindset and how it evolves through time, and how the dimensions of the minds are different than the dimensions of the minds in the past are different than the dimensions of the minds today. And so many times we take the dimensions of the minds today and we try to read the history of the past instead of first learning the mindset of the past. How did they think? What was their projection of thoughts? So that then when you read, it's another dimension of words. And a lot of times I'll struggle to try to give those words and convey that in language. And so we use a repetition of videos to help lead the story. So I'm going to begin tonight. Sorry, fixing my light. So I'm going to begin tonight reading through temple building to kind of lay a foundation so that we can get to where we're going at in this study and open the floor up for the views. So we begin. I could go to Facebook, but just go in here. Temple building. All right, so we're gonna begin right here with 6, and it's gonna allow us to go into where we need to. Can I get a reader? I know this, but I want somebody else to read it. It'll help them know it. If I can get a reader. Reading help, somebody, anybody?
Yes, sir.
That's good, because you'll be able to help me with the cipher. The image at
Right.
the top is a 6-point star. Very important for us. As above, so below. So pay attention to the words, the title. It will all add up as we go further. Give thanks. Chair, you ready?
Yes, sir. Children of the great mother shall reveal the Father. Temple building 9.
6.
Oh, 6. Hello. That's the other one. It's before the X. All right, yeah. Reading cosmic ones, travelers of the primordial water, the abyss. Oh, Abyssinian children of the great mother, the Kali, the black womb, our time has come. The great mother reveals the beauty of the love of the Father placed in her by giving birth, giving life to this light. King Asa, King Alpha, Queen Aset, Queen Omega, Father Time, Mother Nature. The divine unity between creation and creator. Creation shall reveal the creator. This is Revelations. Before every birth cycle, there is the signs. Some have called them signs of the times. Others, the trumpets and the final call. Many now are afraid of the birth cycle, but fear not. Fear cannot stop that which is and is to come. The cosmic fluid is breaking, for water has broke. It is being liberated. Expansion and contraction. Open sense of me, open sense of me. And the treasures of Kali are revealed. In an ancient time, a time reflective of this, the children of the abyss, the cosmic waters had become captivated by their evolving sensual nature. This is the Sophia looking in the abyss and falling in love with herself, Shekinah. Many found the sensualism so alluring, they began to operate and generate this frequency vibration. This caused the effect of a disbalanced electromagnetic field within them and the earth per se universe. The ancient ones warned them of such unbalancement. The warning was not heeded to. The ancient ones then took these that were willing to submit to the underground cities for protection, took them within the earth to preserve, as those that would not submit, allowing their five senses to rule them, stayed above, generating the lower frequency. The day came when the great mother, Mother Nature, the Kali, due to electromagnetic disbalance caused by those that would not submit, began to cry out tears of meteorites on the earth, thus causing the destruction of the one landmass. These meteorite showers caused the ones that would not submit to run into the mountains seeking cover. Many died, but many survived in the darkness of the caves with animals. The dust clouds from the meteorites became magnetically charged, thus hovering over the earth for years. This created the atmosphere for genetical mutation. Plus, the cohabitation with animals, the savage carnivorous ways was their only survival. And with the clouds of dust blocking out the sun, their melanin depleted. The mutant was created, the lower gene of the original man, thus inactivating their pineal gland, third eye. Only the single eye can see this way. Too far. It must be understood that even in the savage states, mating continued. So children were born in this state, creating a humankind. We have to, we have no intention to lower any race of people. We only seek to show truth so that the way can be made clear to those who chose to travel this way. It is the key to healing. It is the key to heaven or hell. As the ancient ones came out after the dust clouds had evaporated, they began to build a reminder to all of what happened. A sacred marriage ceremony was performed as a reminder, and as a seal to keep the way. So the destruction would not destroy this world. They built the sacred bloodline, keepers of the way, holders of the genetic memory of the original vibration frequency. Life originally vibrated equal
Equality.
equality, vibrating equality, LOVE. The shield of the beloved, the shield of David. Then the ancient ones found survivors, mutants, from the meteorite showers. They were savages, a kind of human. Some were part man, part animal. Their brains had changed from mutation. They did not stand up straight. The cave scientists have been willing to conclude, is that a word? Conclude
Yes.
that cave, yes, that cave evolved to man
Caveman,
today.
I'm sorry. Caveman evolved to man today.
Caveman evolved to man today. They have failed to consider that the caveman was one that had evolved from a higher man. The ancient ones at first thought to kill them, for they were diseased. In mercy and knowing they were our people, they chose to try and genetically redeem them first. This genetic work is written in the Sumerian tablets as the forming of the Tamahu. This was later changed into the Yakub, creating the white man's story. The ancient ones not only genetically worked on them, but also tried to teach them who we really are. So they had been born in darkness. So we taught them many things. Most were taught the basic labors and the tools of their survival. This was done because they were not permitted at this time to come into these sacred lands. So they needed to know how to reconstruct themselves. As this process persisted, it was determined that the sons of the god should now lay with these daughters of mankind to assist their genetical redemption. The first attempt produced many hues and formed the children of this process. The royal lineages of Europe, Asia, Americas, and the Pacific Islands were created. This is why they all hold a common ancient history that the gods came to visit them. This was the ancient ones assisting in their evolving genetically and spiritually. They all described this as the gods visiting. In many of the lands, the ancient one placed a remnant to carry the sacred way. So the first dynasties of them were described as being ruled by African black. The lords of the earth, Cushites, Cometians, dragon dynasties. The focal point of the operation was mainly to be in the lands of the Sumerians, the black-headed ones. Here, the Sobek dynasty and Dragon dynasty that
The Dragon Dynasty.
the Dragon dynasty that came from the sacred lands of Abyssinia, Ethiopia, ruled. They were keepers of the doorway into the sacred land of the sacred bloodline. But those that were found worthy were able to enter to receive further teachings. Many of the royal ways were taught to the Tamahu, fallen ones, as moral dogmas. Then came the time after the fallen ones learned they were also of gods, and that the knowledge and wealth that gods held also belonged to them. They chose to invade and take over. The inevitable had come to the higher nature, that had come to the higher nature would be challenged by its lower nature. Hiram Ptah is under attack for the master word. The first wave of invasions was documented in the encoded story of Amram, Abraham and his family fleeing from Ur because of the ungodly rulers and idol worship. Abraham is Father Ram. The word Ram came to be traced through the coils of the hidden history. When the investigation of Amram as the father of Moses reflected the story of Amram, led to the story of Moses, which led to the 18th dynasty and the expelling of the Hyksos, the invaders. Many people have come and shown the connection of the royal families of Kemet were linked to the Sumerian Chaldean original rulers. But the mistake that has taken place is the failure to properly realize that the Sebek dynasty, Dragon dynasty, fled the Dragon dynasty fled the land of Ur from the Hyksos. And it is a mistake to try and make them the Hyksos. The plight has been where some have chose to make the Hebrew and the Hyksos the same, but they are not. Once the understanding of the fallen ones is put in place, then the cipher of these historical passages can be unrevealed. Abraham is not a man, but a symbol of the royal lineage that dwelt in Ur. Sarah, meaning princess, is linked to the last dragon queen, Sobeknefer, which is discovered greatly in the book Genesis of the Grail Kings. This is why the wives of Abraham run in line with a marital alliance as first established by the ancient ones to preserve the way. In the sacred land of the bloodline, Africa, after the Hyksos took rule in Ur, and then on down to Kemet, it must be remembered that they followed the teachings that had been given to them by, and they came given to them, and they came to claim the thrones of the royal families. So they adapted to the religious beliefs and followed the rituals. So in history, it appears that the ancient fates of Kemet was the cause of war between two ruling parties. This was not the case. It was the case of the fallen ones, lower nature, taking rule. So when the 18th dynasty regained rule of Kemet from the Hyksos slash fallen ones, the people had been now interbred. And the teachings of the ways of the gods had not been taught to many generations. So the age of darkness had come. But this 18th dynasty led by Ahmoses, I, Ahmoses the first and Nefertari would have to usher in the sacred order to return the truth of man. The sacred royal priesthood was established. Achmos, Achmosian reclaimed the land from Jerusalem to Ur. The Mo- Achmosians became known in our time as Hasmoneans, which became the Maccabees. To understand the genetical structure here with Achmosians, it must be known that interbreeding did not always amount to more people becoming the fallen ones. In many instances, the mulatto, as they were called today, was even more loyal than the generation of the royal lines. For when generations of the royal lines were born under the rule of the Hyksos invaders, they were separated from all the sacred teachings, knowledge, and their children were born without knowledge of self. So the birthing of the sleeping ones was created. For the royal keepers of the sacred knowledge, uh, yes, for the sacred teaching slash knowledge, and their children were born without knowledge of self. So the birthing of the sleeping ones were created. For the royal keepers of the sacred knowledge never revealed all to the invaders, and the many scrolls tablets the invaders found that they could not cipher, they destroyed. Unknowing that all that had been written on the scrolls and tablets was the truth that was within the remnant of the royal bloodline. The truth that would soon come to be revealed when the sleepers awoke. The secret of the 18th dynasty represents Jesus's 18 missing years. As time passed, the original state of man's being became lost, but it was still being taught by the ancient ones to those of the royal bloodlines. Those that came to reveal this to the masses were revered as gods, the Son of God and the prophets. 18th letter is our ruler. The measurement to build and destroy. The royal bloodline maintain the sacred marital alliance even unto the so-called times of Solomon. The Solomonic line is the Hasmonean or Hasmoneans, but this lineage had suffered invasions in Sumer, and Kemet, so the lines had been broken. So the unification of two royal keepers was important and symbolic of the sacred marriage ceremony. This union is reflected in Solomon and Sheba, the solar Rahman, and the Sheba, the seven, as one. They produce the keepers of the ark, glory of God, the keepers of the throne of David, the beloved of God. Let us reflect on Sheba as having the goat foot that produces, and it also takes us to the serious teachings, which are ancient Kemetic teachings. Reflect. Kemet is a colony of Ethiopia slash Abyssinia. The teachings of Kemet, the people of Kemet, come from Ethiopia, Nubia slash Abyssinia, the sacred land of the bloodline, Garden of Eden. The seed of Solomon and Sheba rules in Ethiopia. Ethiopia, black peoples, keepers of the Holy Grail. Let us reflect cosmic ones upon the cupbearer to Hercules, Heru. Tatus, uh,
Theos, Kutheos.
Proteus. Proteus means Cush. In the book, The Two Biblios by Reverend Alexander Bishop, it is revealed that Cush is the cup. It is also shown that Nin is a son of Cup, and
With the cup.
Nin is a son with a cup, and the Ninus is the son of Madonna in Babylon. Ninus is Nimrod and Nimrus, the king of the Assyrians. Nimrod, builder of Nineveh, Nineveh. Ninus is the king of India and the son of Belus or Bel. Bel is founder of Babylon. Bel is Cush. This all shows that the people of India, Samaria, Chaldea, Babylon, and Ethiopia are the same people. So the marital alliances and union of these people have been lost in the myths of the world. In the same book by Reverend Alexander Hislop, it is stated that pagan Anglo-Saxon ancestors believe in a Zero Nebogus, a black, benevolent, ill-omened divinity, black with horns and hooves, a devil to them. Sarubogus is almost pure Chaldean, which means the seed of the prophets of Cush. The revealers of the truth of Cush is always the devil to those that need the truth to be lost so they may rule. Again, a hope, a goat foot, even Bacchus, like Ninhel holds a cup and a branch. When read as a symbol, it reveals the branch of Cush.
Hold up
Ivy,
right there, chair. Hold up right there. I want to remind you that most of the time you see brothers post a picture of a little black African in Europe. They post him holding a cup. You go back, you look at the pictures. They're cup bearers. And they always say, oh, this is a symbol of a black Moor, a black Moor. But they don't know what the symbol really means. Keep going, Chair.
yes, sir. Ivory branch became ivy leaf, the rites of Bacchus, which they look they took to mean sexual orgies, but they mistook the teachings of the sacred marriage ceremony that preserve the bloodline. So much of the knowledge of Kush, Abyssinia, Ethiopia, has been hidden and woven in the mythologies of the world. So when the bloodline of Solomon and Sheba reveal unto all its royal truth, the reflection was given. From their son, Menelik, came a reflective reality that had been lost to the world. The sacred truth of the Abyssinians, as explained by Chancellor Williams in The Destruction of Black Civilization. There come, there came the Mogo, Na,
Mogul.
Mogo Naba, King of Kings, ruler of the world, the Lord of Lords, His Imperial Majesty Haile Selassie I, Emperor of Ethiopia. Yes, from divine union, it was preserved for us to see the comfort of this reminder would begin an awakening of the sacred truth that is written within. The hidden scroll would be revealed. Let us measure. Solomon and Sheba produced the power of the Trinity. Haile Selassie I means power of the Holy Trinity. The problems created by the fallen ones could not be undone by the wars of mundane powers, but only by the source of the fog, not by might nor by power, but by spirit. We call unto you, O cosmic ones, to, re to really give attention to all that has been given. For now, it is not about race. It is a spiritual war that dates back to ancient of time. Now, Black men and women, the indigenous of all lands, must look and accept responsibility of what has taken place. For if we are the first and we became the fallen, then it is our actions that created our present conditions. This lesson calls one and all to now realize that we must begin to operate and generate in our divine nature. The gods, lords of the earth, could now claim their identity, their truth, their birthright they had given away for sensualism. That was robbed from them by their brother. For Ethiopia is the root of Black men and women. Now they are called to remembrance. The mind must cross over Hebrew. Jah Rastafari became the seed of thought, symbolizing the liberation from all captive colonizing colonializing teachings, interpretations of scriptures given by the invaders. We reflect upon the words of His Imperial Majesty Haile Selassie I. Quote, "The temple of the Most High begins with the human body, which houses our life, the essence of our existence. Africans are in bondage today because they approach spirituality through religion provided by foreign invaders and conquerors. We must stop confusing religion and spirituality. Religion is a set of rules created by humans which are supposed to help people grow spiritually. Due to the human interference, religion has become corrupt.
Imperfection.
Due to the human imperfection, religion has become corrupt, political, divisive, and a tool of power struggle. Spirituality is not theology nor ideology. It is simply a way of life, pure and original as given by the Most High of creation. Spirituality is a network linking us to the Most High, the universe, and each other. As the essence of our existence, it embodies our culture, true identity, nationhood, and destiny. A people without a nation, a people without a nation that they can really call their own is a people without a soul. Africa is our nation, and it and is in spiritual and physical bondage because her leaders are turning to outside forces for solutions to African problems when everything Africa needs is within her. When every African,
When?
when every African
When?
right, was it what you said?
You putting every there.
Oh, wow. When African righteous people come together, the world will come together. This is our divine destiny. Unquote. Rastafari became a formidable Rastafari became the formidable the Rastafari became the formulate of alchemical traditions used to unlock the sacred scroll of our DNA, Jacob's ladder, and not religion as held by Western powers. The Nyabingi order is the order of Melchizedek. The order of Nyabingi is the theocracy order of Rastafari. The order of Melchizedek, the two pillars, the doorway, the royal priesthood, king priest. We ask you to reflect on book that are
1 through 5.
five, 1 through 5, okay, of temple building as it reveals Melchizedek. The Rastafari are also called the theocracy, the governments of God on earth. The inevitable, the higher, transforming the lower into its oneness.
Okay, we're gonna come back to a lot that has been read, but we're gonna open the floor if anyone wants to ask a question. But I'm pulling us back up here to the branch of Kush and how this terminology gets lost in language, gets lost in Greek mythology. And this is why we began with Memnon, the Ethiopian king, so that you could see. But let's take one more look at Memnon. I like how they put this image of Memnon now online. So they give you a good image of him. They say the greatest African warrior. But they don't tell you the whole story here. But we're going to get it today. We're going to get a good bit of it. Memnon can refer to a mythological Ethiopian king who fought in the Trojan War. The two colossal statues in Egypt known as the Coelis of Memnon, or a company that provides media, I don't know what they talking about there. In Greek mythology, Memnon was a hero who defended Troy and was killed by Achilles. The colossal of Memnon are ancient statues that were said to sing at dawn. The company of Memnon is a globe. They keep talking about this company. In Greek mythology, who he was, a king of Ethiopia and a son of the goddess Eos, called the Dawn. And we're going to have to look at her because it's going to mean a lot. So he says his mother is Eos, the Dawn, and his father is Tithonus. So the role in the Trojan War, he led an army to Troy's defense after the death of Hector. He was killed in a battle by a Greek hero called Achilles. Zeus granted him immortality. His companies were transformed into birds called the Menaids, who would fly to his grave each year. Now, Memnon goes to God status because he becomes an immortal. But he's an Ethiopian king. And this is what Greek mythology is about. It's not about Greeks. But where did they get this stuff from? How does this stuff fall into their hands? And where did it start evolving from? So let's take a look. Let's take a look right quick so we can get to our I thought I had it open right here, but I'll open it. Have y'all seen this picture before, right? Everyone's seen this picture before, correct?
Yeah, I've seen it.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
How many of you know what this picture is about and know the story of it? Anyone know the story of it?
That's the ancient.
Huh?
Go ahead, Chopper.
Somebody was saying something? Okay. All right. This is a Pakulu. A Pakulu is the seven semi-demigods of Sumer. This is where the Sumerian kings list comes from. So let's just take a little look at it first. Let's go there. I think this might be the Apokolu, whose nature and origin remains unclear, is often referred to in the clay tablets inscribed in cuneiform scripts of ancient Mesopotamia. Because you got to think now, our ancestors, they speak the same. Words may change, how they describe it may change, but it's pretty much always a little bit the same. The Apokolu are likely to have played an important role in ancient Mesopotamia mythology as intermediaries between gods and men. The term is used in several contexts, sometimes as an epithet for kings and gods, and a synonym for knowledge and wisdom. In this article, we will explore ancient Mesopotamian mythology and religion to find clues about the mysterious Apkallu. The origins and the meaning of the term Apkallu, and they say Apkallu, Apkallu. So let me say it the way it's in a certain Apkallu. The term Apkallu is thought to be Akkadian, possibly derived from earlier Sumerian Abgal. The Sumerian was the language of ancient Sumer, spoken in southern and south-central Mesopotamia from the mid-6th to early 3rd century millennium. The origins of the Sumerian language is unclear. It was replaced by an Akkadian and an extinct East Semitic language as the main spoken language of Mesopotamia, which continues to be spoken in ancient Babylon and Assyria. Assyria, very important. What did Apkallu mean in Akkadian? It is thought that the term was used to note some form of wisdom and can be translated into English as the wise, sage, or expert. It was used as an epithet for the gods Ea and Marduk, but applied to other deities as well. Alternatively, the term was used to refer to priests, especially diviners. What are the Apkallus? The Apkallu are thought to have been sages, teachers of humankind, sent by the gods to enlighten humanity. The god Enki is attributed as being their creator. Their first mission was to establish culture and civilization, teach humankind how to cultivate the soil, offer sacrifice to the gods. Previously, humans did not understand how to worship the gods properly. Therefore, the gods sent Apkallu to help guide them. Apkallu emerged from the sea. For this reason, these ancient fish people, were frequently depicted on the reliefs as fish, like or fish-human hybrids. The Apkallu served as priests of Enki and advisors to the early kings of Sumer. The Apkallu in ancient Mesopotamian mythology, reference to the Apkallu as sages can be found in Sumerian myths written on cuneiform tablets. A list of the Apkallu intended as divine sages who counseled the king appeared on Urk, or the list of kings and sages, dating to the 2nd century BC. The first 7 sages listed were associated with kings, whom they were thought to have advised. Additional sages are included in the list, but they are referred to as scholars. And we're going to come back to remember that scholars as well, and not of divine origin, having appeared after the deluge, a flood myth mentioned in the Epic of Gilgamesh. That's how the Bible say about a flood. The 7 original sages and 4 human scholars who appeared after them have also been mentioned in religious texts. So they say 7 original sages. Just like you got the 7 angels, the archangels, archetypes, who appear after them have also been mentioned in religious texts. The poem of Ira, the latter tells how the god Marduk banished Apkallu back to Abzu, the primordial waters from which they emerged. Huh? So now you got to think, we're getting a literal interpretation. Make sure I didn't lose it. We're getting a literal interpretation. All right? The 7 original sages and 4 human scholars who appeared after them have also been mentioned in the religious texts. In the poem Ira, the later tell how the god Marduk banished Apkallu back to Abzu, the primordial waters. Where are the 7 sages of Apsu, the pure Puradu fish, who just as their lord Ea Enki have been endowed with sublime wisdom? The 7 Apkallu sages in the form of fish as the semi-divine teachers of humankind. Although Apkallu were mentioned in numerous ancient sources, including the famous Epic of Gilgamesh, where they are credited as builders of the walls of Ur. The bulk of what we know about them comes from the works of Berosus, and this is how the Greeks get the stories. So they call it Berosus, the Babylonian text. A Babylonian scholar who lived in the 3rd century BC during the Hellenistic era. Berosus was the author of the Babylonian history, which is thought to have consisted of 3 books. His works have been lost, but is frequently cited by classical authors such as Flavius Josephus. So you get Ioanna, the first of the Apkallu, who taught humans how to read and write. What? The first and arguably the most important among the sages was Ioanna, or Annas, a creature that rose out of the sea at the beginning of history. He was described as having the body of a fish and the head and the feet of a man and a fish tail. Ioanna taught men how to read and write the basics of mathematics and arts and crafts that enabled them to build a civilization. He is described as one who finished the plans for heaven and earth. Ioanna returned to the sea and was followed by other sages. The following description of Ioanna is found in the works of Berosus, recorded by the ancient Greek author. In the first year, it made its appearance from a part of the Erythraean Sea, which bordered upon the Babylonian, an animal endowed with reason, who was called Oannes, according to the account of Apollodorus. The whole body of the animal was like that of a fish, and had under a fish's head another head, and also feet below, similar to those of a man. Subjoined to the fish's tail, his voice too and language were articulate and human, and the representation of him is preserved even to this day. Adapa, The ancient sage, the mythological figure, is sometimes identified with Yuana. Adapa was the mythological figure listed as a sage in the aforementioned Ur list of kings as the advisor of the first king of Sumer, Eyelu. He was created by the god Enki, but his origins and nature are unclear. So if they say he was created by the god Enki, how is his origin and nature unclear? Yuana and Adapa may have been the Sumerian fish god whose name became a synonymous for wisdom. According to the Sumerian temple hymn, the seven sages came from Eridu, the oldest Sumerian city which was then located on the coast of the Persian Gulf. This may explain why the sages were described as having emerged from the sea and had fish-like bodies. So they call them the seven, and served its king in a priestly capacity. Six sages as appears the first, Yuana listed in the order of their appearance. The seven pre-deluge sages were divine and sent as an emissary by the deities to teach and guide people. Wow. The last Apkahalu before the deluge. For centuries, the divine Apkalu acted as teachers who advised the kings and assured the gods were honored at temples across ancient Sumer. However, the gods decided to cause a great flood in which the old world disappeared. The Apkalu who appeared after the flood were part divine, but mortal. They referred to as scholars rather than sages, but continued to serve kings and advisors. 8 post-deluge kings are connected with specific sages, including Nebuchadnezzar the first of Babylon and Ishadon of Assyria. Plaques of the Apkalu were used in homes to ward off evil. So let's go to this. Let's take a little trip. Now, the name of the advisors to the kings, but it's pretty much almost the same. But they ended up calling them now. Well, somebody read right here for me so we could go into our video. Because I'm trying to make a point. Because we just read the Sumerian and we read about the 7 sages, the Apkalu. Advisors listed in the king's list, but they're called demigods. And it went all the way to Nebuchadnezzar. So in Nebuchadnezzar and Nebuchadnezzar II, who are the advisors? Somebody read it for me. And many of you gonna know this name, but I'm gonna pull him up again in another form. Somebody read for me. Come on, just a little bit. You ain't gotta be scared. Anyone, somebody. It's gonna help
Okay,
you a little bit.
I'll
Go,
read.
go ahead.
Okay, Nergal, Nebuchadnezzar, and Rabmag are related through the Babylonian official Nergal Sharezer, who held the title of Rabmag, chief of the Magi, and served under King Nebuchadnezzar II. Nergal is a Mesopotamian deity associated with war, plague, and the underworld. Nebuchadnezzar was the king, and the official Nergal Sharezer was one of his highest ranking advisors who went on the final expedition against Jerusalem. Nebuchadnezzar, the king of Babylon, who besieged Jerusalem. Nergal Sharezer, a high ranking official in Nebuchadnezzar's court. Rabmag, the title Nergal Sharezer held, which likely means chief of the Magi or chief of the wise. This indicates a powerful position at the intersection of religion, science, and politics. Nergal, the name of a Mesopotamian god of war and the underworld, which the official Nergal Sharezer's name was likely derived from. The full name Nergal Sharezer translates to "O Nergal protects the king."
Okay, okay. Now, he's called a Rab Magi. So this is, you don't even have rabbis yet in a certain sense. So here you get your Rab first, and you get Magi. So Rab goes back to a chief of the Magi. And this is an advisory position, meaning it's a position of wisdom. Position of wisdom. But he's called a Magi. A Magi. So let's dive a little deep. We got some interesting videos. We're gonna help you get this clear. So they call him a Magi. So they say it's a priestly caste of ancient Persia. In the Bible, the term Magi refers to a group of wise men from the east who followed a star to worship Jesus. So let's do this. Let's get a little closer, man. The connection, and I'm letting the AI just give you answers, but I'm going to pull something else up. The connection between Magi and Balaam links the Old Testament prophet Balaam, who predicts the star out of Jacob, with the wise men who follow the star to Jesus, the successors of the descendant who knew of this prophecy. Even though Balaam was flawed, they call him a figure, known for greed and divination, a diviner, another diviner, he did divination, who tried to curse Israel. They say he tried to curse Israel, but blessed them instead. So he's one of the ones in the Bible that they make a bad person. But they had to go to him to get the word. And if you ask the average Christian, who gave the prophecy of a Jesus? They don't know. Why? Because Balaam is not even considered an Israelite. Let's go one more. Well, let's do this. Let's go here first so we make our point. So, so many of you know we go through this text that we speak about Melchizedek and how about 2,000 years before Jesus Christ, God ordered Melchizedek to send his son Ethel, who was named as Ethiop later on by God, to go and settle in Ethiopia in the lands of Lake Tana, the source of the river Nile. God sent Ethel, meaning gift of God, to Ethiopia so that when, they say when God, Jesus, but it said star, the prophecy was star, but they turned it to Jesus, is born as a human being 2,000 years later, the descendants of Ethel would bring him to Bethlehem. Ethiopian gifts such as gold, myrrh, incense, led by a star which would appear in Ethiopia to lead them to Bethlehem. Accordingly, Ethel went to Ethiopia and settled in what is today known as Gojam. God changed his name from Ethel to Ethiop, meaning the gift of yellow gold to God. Thus, not only Ethel became Ethiop, but the land in which he settled also started to be called Ethiopia. Lo and behold, 2,000 years later, the descendants of Ethiop became 12 kings. So that's a lot of history there. 12 kings in the then Ethiopian Empire. They headed for Bethlehem with gifts led by stars. So it's talking about the Magi's. So they're saying they're one of these three are part of 12 kings or 12 kingdoms that come from under the Ethiopian Empire. We try to always make that clear. So now Ethiop begot 13 children, 10 boys, 3 girls, right? So this is an interpreter. He's reading the scroll. He's interpreting based on what he's looking at the names. Someone's shown that he may be incorrect on some of the names. So it's a question on his interpretation on even saying girls or boys. Out of the 10 boys, I will take only one line, the line of Beor, and show that the Amara and the Aroma descend from Ethiop and begot Beor. So Ethiop begot Beor. Remember that. Beor begot Aram, and Aram begot Nag, who begot Hage, who begot Beora, who begot Balaam, a prophet in Sinai who prophesied the birth of Jesus as a star. He is in the Bible known as Balaam. Balaam. So you see Baal in his name. Balaam begot Kermid, who begot Shamshiel, who was a female great prophetess who was able to raise the dead. What did she do for them to say she could raise the dead? Because according to what we believe in, only Jesus do that. But here is an Ethiopian thing saying, not only was it not Jesus, but it was a female prophetess. So the stories are very great. So we're going to stop there with Balaam because we wanted to introduce that and introduce that Ethiopian story because that's where you get your Magi's and you get the Star Kings and the Star Knowledge prophecy. But before we get into that, let's get our mind right because we've got Star King. We talked about Sheba, Solomon, representing a science. So there's a preservation of a certain science going on. And that's what we have to really first kind of realize, that there is a preservation of a science going on as well. Ooh, I can't go that fast there. So let me go back one, and then I'm gonna come back in. So, because I want to explain something, and I wanted to make sure it come in right, so you all be on task. Because we're gonna talk about Tahaka, Hezekiah, but to get there, we'll have to touch a subject to get us there first. All right. So we always hear about, we just talked about Memon. Let me do this. Let me do this first. So, let me So I want to get clear on this because this is how they don't tell us the history. So you got the Nubian king Pianki began his conquest of what they call Lower Egypt, thus establishing the 25th or Ethiop pharaonic dynasty. This is one of the few instances in African history where landlocked countries have played a role in the Mediterranean politics. So they're making the correlation that this Mediterranean operations, these trades in all these areas, it's the 25th dynasty we start taking operation here. We're going to clarify that too. Pianki was a hereditary ruler of what is now Upper Nile Kingdom of Kush in the northern Sudan around 741 BC. He succeeded his father Kashta, who seems to have founded this Nubian kingdom. At this point, Lower Egypt had been in decline for nearly half a millennium, and infighting among small rulers is tearing the Egyptian state apart. So the time is right for a powerful invader. Pianki marched steadily along the Nile, taking city after city around 721 BC. So this is before your Christ, before your Jesus time. He captures Heraclippus, and eventually Heliopolis in the Delta. Well, that's the city of On, the city of Anu. At this point, Pianki believed that the conquest of Egypt was complete, and he returned home to Kushite capital Napata. After placing the Egyptian rulers in tributary status, he was received in Napata with much acclaim for having humiliated the former Egyptian overlords of Nubia. But the tributary states which he left soon fell under the sway of a local ruler, Tefnach, who reasserted Egyptian independence. The details of the Battle of Pianki are well known, as he erected huge stelas at Amun with a long inscription. Modern Egyptologists regard this statement as unusual, rational, and vivid. Like the Nubian rulers who followed him, Pianki was culturally conservative and sought to strengthen some of Egypt's declining institutions. During his brief time in Lower Egypt, he oversaw the restoration of many destroyed temples. Returning to Kush, he introduced the Egyptian customs of building pyramids for royal tombs, built himself a huge pyramid at Kuru, south of Napata on the Nile. He rebuilt the temple at Jebel Bakal and also built many other temples in the Egyptian style. So they failed to include how Sudan is. We'll get there. Strangely, all Egyptian sources mention Pianki, love of fast horses. He introduced the practice of decorating cavalry to pull royal chariots, and the remains of a cavalry were found in his Kuru tomb. So in the 18th dynasty, the Hyksos came with horses and chariots, which was a Mesopotamian way that in Africa area, they weren't used to that as a form of using them to do war. So it's always kind of stressed in a lot of the language. But let's go a little further. A little bit of open it up here. I want to open it again. All right, here we go. So we started last week breaking down something for you, right? And let me see, I think I got the pictures here, so let me show you the pictures real quick. All right, I don't have it right there. All right, here we go. That when they go through biblical history, right? Because you always hear me say, you go find your biblical patriarchs who you say existed, and you can't find the historical evidence of them. All right. So, but what happens, which still holds the grounds, is how they list the kings of Judah or the kings of Israel, right? Which becomes a very important context here. Because when you go to the historical aspects of it, the only evidence outside, not, you ain't talking about no Bible statement. So it's got to be stuff outside of it, meaning they got to find stone stelas, they got to find it written in something else. So then they say, okay, this establishes this. So out of all of the Israel kings, only evidence of the kings listed are the ones that in the Bible they describe as pagan. How many of you knew that? That all of those kings, when they do the historical studies to find any evidence, the ones that they can find, these are the ones highlighted. You can look it up. The ones that they can find all were considered in a time where a pagan influence ruled the land, which they call pagan. Now, we're going to break this down because we started this history to give you a point, because we want you to get a realization of how this story goes. All right? So, here are those kings. But they begin with the family of a king that they call Omri. Almost like an Ethiopian kings list Ori. So these are the only ones, right? All the ones in yellow are highlighted. There's suspect information about the ones in orange, but it's all of the ones in yellow. And the things about all of them is all of their seals are Kemetic. You know how each one of the kings got king seals? You can look them all up. All of their seals are Kemetic. What does that mean? So let's look at the story of Omri, because it's to help you get an idea, and then we're gonna get into that, into this discussion of why would this be the evidence and the only evidence. The Omri dynasty, North Israel, and King Hezekiah were separate dynasties from different kingdoms, Israel versus Judah, but linked through intermarriage, particularly via Athaliah, a granddaughter of Omri, the daughter of Ahab, Jezebel, who married into Judah's royal line, bringing Omri influence. So they came what they call the Baal worship into David's house, which Hezekiah later had to confront and reform, showing a contrast and a parallel in Israel's history versus Judah's continuity. Key connections and difference. Well, I want to go to Omri, so I'm not going to go there. So let's go here. Let's see what the biblical archaeologists, I haven't read this, so let's see how they tell the story. Because Omri is on what they call the Black Stellar Stone, and I'm going to break that down. During the period in Jewish history known as the Divided Monarch, formerly united Hebrew nations split into two kingdoms. The kingdom of Israel in the north and the kingdom of Judah in the south. In our series of archaeographies, we explore the lives of King Hazaz and King Hezekiah of Judah. We now turn our attention to King Omri, one of the most powerful northern kings. Now I'm going to tell you why I'm reading this, because when archaeologists go to looking and studying him, they say that the stories that are given to David, really are attributed to his works. What? Okay. Omri was originally the commander of the army of North at the time when there was much instability in the kingdom of Israel. King Elijah had reigned for 2 years when he was assassinated at his palace, Tirzah, by his chariot commander Zimri, who took the throne for himself. This is in the First Kings. He had reigned only 7 days when the people rebelled. Word of Zimri's coup reached the army, and they made Omri king over Israel. They immediately besieged the city of Tirzah, and Zimri, who saw that the end was near, set fire to the royal palace and burned it down upon himself, perishing in the blaze. Omri's rule as king was initially contested, as half of the people of Israel supported Tibni, the son of Ganath, with his military support. Omri overcame Tibni, who was slain, and solidified his hold on the throne. 1 Kings 16:22. With Omri's reign came a period of stability for Israel, and the kingdom began to expand. While Omri proved to be a powerful king politically, he was a wicked king spiritually. Okay, let's get this. Scripture records in the 31st year of Asa, king of Judah, Omri began to reign over Israel, and he reigned for 12 years. 6 years he reigned in Tirzah. He bought the hill of Samaria from Shema for 2 talents of silver, and he fortified the hill and called the name of the city that he built Samaria, after the name of Shema, the owner of the hill. Omri did what was evil in the sight of the Lord, and did more evil than all who were before him. For he walked in all the ways of Jeroboam, the son of Nebat, and in the sins that he had made Israel to sin, provoking the Lord God of Israel to anger by their idols. Wow. Omri at Tirzah. So I'm going to go right here. Let's see what his Wikipedia says about him, since we've got the Christians started going after him. They even call it the counterfeit Davids, because they how archaeologists are looking at it. So this is where your Hezekiah and them come from. So, Wikipedia Omri. Oh, here we go. The Omride or Omrid dynasties or House of Omri, Bet Omri, Akkadian, Bit Humri, were a ruling dynasty of the kingdom of Samaria founded by King Omri. The dynasty rule ended with the murder of Jehoram of Israel by Jehu in 841 BC. 5 Assyrian records also known to refer to either the land of Omri or House of Omri. The archaeologist's reference to Omri and his unnamed son is found in the Mestella, the only Northwest Semitic inscription known to reference this name. According to the Bible, Omri rulers of Israel were Omri, Ahab, Ahaziah, Jeroam. Ahab's daughter, Athaliah, also became queen regent of the kingdom of Judah. Biblical. Overall, the Bible portrays the Omrides as apostates who abandoned Yahwehism for Baal worship. In the term of foreign policies, they dealt with troublesome neighbors such as the Aram, Damascus, and Moab, and allied with the kingdom of Judah via marriage. By the domestically, they established Samaria as the new capital city. Eventually, Jehu revolted against them and fully restored Jeroboam's golden calf cult. The last ruler, Athaliah, survived and usurped the Judean throne. However, Jehu, who was the son of Joshaphat and the grandson of Nimshi, could possibly be the great-grandson of Omri, although the latter notion is not supported by biblical texts, which would extend the period of the house of Omri for much longer. The listing of the reigning Omrides. Most modern historians follow either the old chronology established by William F. Albright or Edwin Theo, or the newer chronology of Gershon Ghali and Kenneth Kitchen, all of which are appear below. Omri, Maleki, Yah Israel, king of Israel, reigned over Israel and Samaria for 12 years. Ahab reigned over Israel and Samaria for 22 years. Ahaziah reigned over Israel and Samaria for 2 years. Jehoram reigned over Israel and Samaria for 12 years. Killed by Jehu, the next king of Israel. Athaliah, queen mother, widow of Jeroboam, mother of Ahaziah, reigned over Judah and Jerusalem for 6 years. The death killed by troops assigned by Jehoiada, the priest to project Johaz. Religion. Biblical scholars Edward Licken speculate that Baal does not refer to the Phoenician deity, but to Yahweh of Samaria. Wow, they call Baal Yahweh. They call Yahweh Baal. The pro-Judean authors of the Hebrew Bible conflated them because they considered the latter to be Yahweh's heresies. The Mestela likewise mentions the Yahweh's orientation of Omrides, and Chemo said to me, "Go take Nebo against Israel," and I took it. And I took it from its vessel of Jehovah and offered them before Chemos, which is sun, fire. The royal names Jehoram, Ahazi, Athaliah were theophoric and referred to Yahweh. But there is evidence that Baal does not refer to Yahweh based on Jezebel's royal seal and personal background. Thus, the Omrides promoting Yahweh by integrating imagery from the Ugaric Baal, Baal Shamin, which later the biblical prophets accepted. Falls in line with earlier supporters of monotheist Yahwehism. Factions appeared in 9th and 8th century BC during the time of Elijah and Hosea, but their respective depictions of Yahweh still having only marginal impact under Josiah and not becoming lasting until the exilic or the post-exilic period. Characteristics of other deities such as Asherah and Baal were selectively absorbed in connection of Yahweh. Israel Feckensteele believes that the Omrides were responsible for the wealth and empire building that was famously attributed to David and Solomon. Furthermore, they built and refurbished Samaria, Jezreel, Megiddo, Hazar. He believes these details were omitted in the Hebrew Bible because the authors disapproved of their polytheism. Christian fervor argues that the Omrides were responsible for introducing Yahweh to the kingdom of Judah, who viewed Yahweh as a patron god of Judah's state. Conversely, Israel contained a polarity of Yahweh's cults. This was mostly achieved by Ahab, who gave his children theophoric names while expanding in the northern territories of Judah. Hazael conquest in Israel forced Ahab's successors to strengthen ties with Judah, which further spread Yahwehism amongst Judaism. It is possible that Yahweh's traditions, including those about the Exodus, were preserved by the Omri family clan. Michael J. Stahl believes that the biblical narrative corroborated with historical realities. For example, Ahab repents to Yahweh after Naboth's death and consults with Yahweh's prophets before warring with the Armenians. Okay, but let's look at Hazael first before we go too far. I want you to see his picture. Look at Hazael. Now you remember we went here to Hazael, which took us to this name, Hadad, right? And we took Hadad back to Bela. I don't know if y'all remember that. So I'm gonna go one more spot, and then we're gonna make it clear. Then we went to this name here, Belus. And Belus was king of Egypt, father of Egyptus and Danus. Father, brother to Agnor, and wife of Belus, has been named as a Chora or side. So they call him Belus. But Belus, Bel, Murdoch, all of this comes out to Belus, son of Libya, Ammon the shepherd founder. Thus the exiled Messians reached the end of their wander. This supposed connection between Belus of Egypt and Zeus Belus, the god Murdoch, is likely to be more learned speculation than the genuine tradition. What they're doing is they're saying more learned, but let's just look at it. Modern writers suppose possible connections between Belus and one another god whose more common northwestern Semitic title, Baal. According to some sources, Belus was the son of Poseidon. Well, y'all remember we went to Memnon, okay, by Libya. Bel is associated with Babylon and Assyria, but the Aegean Greeks had a distant relationship with that area. In contrast, they had trading relations with northern Canaanites of Syria, Ugarites, the Levantites, Sidon, and the Tyros, cities that are mentioned in Greek mythologies about Belus or Belos, and his name is the echo of the Canaanite god Baal, which in the Canaanite Babylonian scripts is replaced with Enlil, both meaning Lord, and may be connected with Marduk. But the most probable connection in ancient Levantine Canaanite mythology is Baal Hadad, a fertility god whose attributes are lightning, rainstorm, and the forces of nature. So this is literal breakdowns of the language. And so we go back to getting our minds right, because when we listening to these people break this story down and we're reading it, they're taking us in a certain level, but our minds have not crossed over to really interpret what we're listening to, what we're reading. Our minds have not did that. So we revisit this video to lay the groundwork again.
Especially the fact.
All right, because the thing about what we spoke of last week was His Majesty said, I am the rock of all ages. The rock of all ages. And the things which we have to see is, right, the traditions of preserving a story, it gets encoded more, and the meanings get lost to literal mindsets who are already in denial of your history. So scholars and people, they don't want the history story to respect the true science of what your ancestors was dealing with. So we get an evolution in thought we have to get to, right? So we get Ethel, then goes down into Ethiopia, or goes down as a gift of God, and then name is changed to Ethiopia. And we're going to look at that name and all of the aspects because we go from an L to a Ptah. But it's always been a Ptah. And so things happen in the Sumerian Mesopotamia area. Disorder takes place. We've shown multiple times how Aram and Ori go into a certain battle. And in the stories of Enki and Enlil, it's not about one is right, one is wrong. Because the variables in life are different in those perspectives and what is evolving. So in the story, the fallen ones are found. And one of the brothers, Enki and Enlil, wants to give them the access to the tree of life. Just simplifying the story. And the other doesn't agree. So there's a war amongst them in a sense. There's a division. Now, what is the tree of life but life itself, but the essence? So we have a period where we have two groups, which is one group. And after the natural destruction, which we talked about earlier, the meteorite shower, the Pangea reality is destroyed. And the survivors, many of them survived in the ancient underground terraniums that were created. And many of them ran into the caves, to the cave mountain temples to survive, but they still went through drastic mutational change. But there is a group of us, of our people, that were actually taken to a preparation for emergency into an underground city. Now, when they come back up, they're dealing with the multiple changes, the loss of knowledge, the loss of wisdom amongst our people of the ancient ways. And they're traveling, restoring this to all the different areas. Now remember, Pangea is broken up, but the landmass is not divided as great as it is now. So in those times, what we call continental drift, the traveling to check where the ancient temples were all over the world. These ancient temples were connected to what you call vortex grid points of the earth. So they help keep the balance and restore the energy grid field of the planet. So remember, the earth was hit before, and that's how we have the moon. So scientists went to work in ancient times. These are the machineries. That's why people say it seems like this planet may be a machine. Well, they've kept a certain frequency grid point. So it is almost like, yeah, you've been locked into a certain kind of dome energy. But it's a reflective to keep the magnetical field from attracting more rocks and causing a meteorite destruction. All right? So when we get to the time period of our people traveling and re-educating their own, there are other ones that are still trapped in other caves, and they're going through a greater dimension of mutation. Okay? The time periods then equate to where the restoration of the earth science was key. Mother Nature, agriculture, and the prior meteorite shower really made us pay attention to star knowledge, to the fixation of the earth as we watch for precisions of change that reflected the same thing that happens in the past. And then there were keepers and reminders to be that reminder of keeping the balance, the sacred breath, the sacred ways. And so we kept that in place until a certain time period when there was a clashing, where those who came out of the underground cities of the earth, they would not be able it was the inevitable that our realities would clash. The more they learned, the more we developed them, the more interbreeding with them. So one group of the family is upset with the other group of family for giving them access to the bloodline. That's the tree of life. Now, then they learn about the regenerative science because they're studying on how to regenerate the pineal in these people. To follow. So the science and the study of the regeneration becomes a science. The restoration becomes a science. Now, the thing about that is, it becomes our science in this time to restore ourselves. Had we not did it, we would not be talking pineal. We would not be talking moon science. Moon science. Star knowledge. Melanated beings, so you're solar beings, but you operate under a lunar formula. Your melanated beings, solar beings, a full Ra, flesh of the Ra. Your blood is, your DNA is made up of hydrogens. So you are a solar being, a body of light. 7 spectrums of light. So you're a keeper of a sacred wisdom. So those who walk reflect this story. So the story will always speak of the people who walked as the science. So they write the science, not just the person. They write the science that this being reflects. So this becomes the codes of the mother story, the codes of star knowledge. But the interpreters today, see, they don't give it to you the right way. And so when we get to where we start talking about Christianity, there's a divide in the history. This is where we get to Constantinople. Constantine. See, Constantine represents the Roman Empire. Constantine did just the same thing as Alexander the Great or the Greek. He went to the temples, he went down to the ancient ones, the sages, the ancient Magians, and he wanted entry into the temple. And not only did he want entry into the temple, he wanted to be accepted at a certain level. But the temples, the orders denied him. They denied him. So Constantine then goes and moves up to what he called Constantinople. When he goes to Constantinople, he says he's going to create his own Christianity. When he does that, this is where you get these popes and all of this. So now the transcription of the language of what we would call biblical is transformed, because in the first stages, this is what he's dealing with, but what is he really dealing with? So let's just get an idea of a mindset. I just wanted to build that platform to let you get an idea where we're going at. So let's get this here first.
Today we continue the topic of secret societies. Last class we discussed how they come into power. Today we will look at where they come from and what they believe. Okay? So to understand secret societies, I first need to explain to you the history of religion in the Western world. So in the Western world, there have been three major stages of religious development. And again, I will oversimplify for the purpose of clarity. Okay, so this is a simplified version of the history. So the three major stages of religion development in the Western world are the mother goddess, polytheism, and monotheism.
Water. You drink it without thinking. But what if Allah tested you by taking it away? Right now, in
Polytheism means many gods. You believe in many gods. Monotheism means one God, that only one God exists. So the mother goddess civilization came about because of agriculture. And in an agricultural world, you have two problems. The first problem is to make sure that your crops are healthy and you can harvest them in time. Second problem is to give birth, to have as many children as possible to work the fields. Okay, so these are the two problems. And because of that, a religion developed in order to facilitate both, called the mother goddess civilization. So the center of this religion is the womb. The woman's womb is considered a divine portal from the spirit world into our world. It's almost like a cave, right? In which the spirit world can come out and manifest itself in our world. So the center of this religion is the womb of the woman. And as such, the women are in control. What's really important is to understand that in this world, everything is interconnected, harmonized, balanced together. So the womb is the center of this world, but then you have the stars. Okay? The stars. And of course, this gives rise to astrology. Astrology is the study of the movement of the stars in order to understand its impact on our world. Okay? Then you have, of course, the crops. Right? So in an ideal world, all three are aligned together. By studying the stars, you know when to best plant the crops and when to best have children. And in this world, again, it is the women who are in control. They have the high status in society because they believe that women are direct representatives of the mother goddess who rules the world. Usually in this society, the mother goddess is represented as a bird. Okay, a bird. Why? Because if you think about it, if you study all the animals in nature, it's the bird that has dominion over the sky. And if life comes from the sky, it makes sense that the mother goddess must be a bird of some sort. But the mother goddess is also paired with a bow. Okay? A bow. Why? Because the bow is a symbol of virility and energy. You cannot get pregnant as a woman by yourself. You need a man to do it for you. Okay, so the bird and the bull are the two symbols of worship in this world. Mm-hmm. Now, this world is very strange from our perspective because there's no property. Everything belongs to everyone. There's no hierarchy. Everyone's the same. And there's no such thing as as sex by yourself, okay? So sex is actually a community act. So there are these rituals called fertility cults, in which they have sex together. In fact,
All right, so you hear his interpretation here of the fertility cult. Now, earlier we spoke on Bacchus, Zernebgus, where they interpreted under the Ivy League and they took it and they made it sex rights. The Europeans did. But in our society, it wasn't that. That's why when they study the history of the language, it becomes the cup of Kush. This is where they get the Holy Grail from. Okay? This is where they get their Holy Grail. Don't come from no Jesus. Okay.
any man will have sex with one woman. It makes sense because as a woman, you want to have the best DNA. You want to have the best sperm, right? You don't know who's going to have the best sperm, so you just have sex with everyone, and whoever has the best sperm will give it to you. Okay? So that's the mother goddess civilization. Then we switch to polytheism. So why do we make the switch? The answer is war. For the first time in human history, as populations increase, there's now struggle for resources. And what's the most important resource in this world? You guys know? The most important resource is woman, right? Females.
Woman. Carrying the mitochondria.
And that's
measurements
so
of
with
God.
war, we have a new concept called property. In order to get men to fight wars, you have to give them something as reward, right? So they get to have a woman, a wife. And now this wife belongs to them and only them. So in this world, what happens is that you now have property, hierarchy, and marriage. And the role of the woman decreases, and the role of the man increases. Okay? At the same time, what's happening is that these different societies, in order to fight wars, they have a god. Okay? And when they go to war, it's like the gods are going to war. And if you lose the war, what it means is that your god is inferior to their god. So now you have a hierarchy of gods. So to maintain peace, what happens is that if you lose the war, you admit that your god is weaker than their god, and you now must obey their god. Right? And this is what we call the pantheon. So remember, in the Greek pantheon, Zeus is at the top, and you have Apollo, Ares, Aphrodite, okay? Everyone else is a lower god. But before, they were separate gods. And in a series of wars, the people who believe Zeus is the best god won out against the other gods. And as a result, the other gods became Zeus's children. So in this world, the women are in control. Right? So women have all the status. But over time, as populations increase, you have young men who have no families. And these young men are discarded from the society because of lack of resources. So these young men have a problem. They need to find wives in order to survive. So these young men start to raid other societies in order to capture women. Okay, do you understand? So in this society, it's never young women who are discarded because they have value to their society. It's always young men who are discarded. And as a result, these young men become like wolves, okay? They become like a wolf pack who then go and pillage other villages. And that's how you start, and that's how you have the origin of war. Okay, does that make sense? Okay. So now, you have this pantheon of gods, okay, which leads to polytheism. Then we make the switch from polytheism to monotheism. Why? Because now you have a new idea called empire. Specifically, the Roman Empire, and they introduced a new religion called Christianity, which is the first monotheistic religion in the world. There's a lot of debate as to what was the first monotheistic religion. Some people say Zoroastrianism, some people say Judaism. I will show you in this class later on that actually the first religion that was monotheistic is Christianity. Okay? So the difference between this society, which is a society based on war, is there's a lot of humans, but humans are still the most precious resource. Therefore, it is not in your best interest to kill everyone. When you have an empire, like the Roman Empire, you don't have to worry about killing other people. In fact, you can go and destroy entire society, which is what the Romans did. And you can now, as an empire, impose your reality, your God, on everyone else. That's how you have monotheism. Does that make sense? Alright? So, to explain that, what I want to show you now is how the worldview, or understanding the world, changes over time. Okay? So, in the mother goddess civilization, there are two things about their world that's very different from our world. Okay? So the first major difference, and this is really important for you guys to remember, is they understood that mind led to matter. Mind leads to matter. But in our world, we believe that it's matter that led to mind. Okay, do you understand? So in science class, you're taught we have a brain, and the brain, because of synaptic connections, creates the mind. Okay, so it's matter that leads to mind. Even though we're taught this, if you think about it, it actually doesn't make any sense. Because how does our small little brain, how is it able to do so much processing, which is the mind, right? How are we able to imagine? How are we able to dream? It's really confusing for us. And quite honestly, if you talk to the very best neuroscientists in the world, their response will always be, don't ask this question. Okay? It's never like we don't know, it's always like, don't ask this question. Okay? This question is forbidden to ask in neuroscience. But so throughout most of human history, we believe that it was mind that led to matter. That it's the mind that creates the brain in order to understand the world. Okay? That makes a lot more sense than mind, matter leads to mind. Okay? So that's the first major difference. Throughout most of human history, most societies believe that it was the mind that creates the brain. The second major difference is that this is a metaphorical world. In other words, they spoke using metaphors. They understood the world through metaphors. Today we live in a literal world. Okay, what's the difference? Well, the difference is this. Let's just say that you and I fight. Well, we would say that, okay, what happened was that I became angry, the emotion overwhelmed me, and then I hit him. Then he got angry, then he hit me back. Okay, this is a literal interpretation. But back then, the metaphorical understanding was that anger is a god who seized me and who propelled me into the fight. And then anger unleashed the god of vengeance, who fought back by seizing the other person to fight me back. Okay? So we believed for most of human history that we were controlled by forces outside our control. Now, today, you may believe that the literal world makes more sense. But if you think about it, from the perspective of human thought, okay? How do you understand the world? How do you interpret what goes on in the world? The metaphorical understanding is actually much more useful. And that's why, and I know this is hard for you guys to understand, back then, they were much more creative than we are today. Okay?
Now, I want you to think about this, what's being discussed in the construct of when people say our religious constructs make us passive. That means you can't see solutions. So you can't create outside of the box. You're stuck in the box. But our ancestors had a perspective of life that made them highly creative because they seen life, not the box. That'll be clear in a minute. Go ahead.
And also, the things that they're able to do are beyond our imagination. So for example, we never really figured out how the Egyptians created the pyramids. Okay? Our explanation is aliens did it. Because their mind is beyond our imagination. Okay? So that shows you the switch. Now when we go to the polytheistic world, this system still continues, but they add more elements to make it more complex.
So
okay?
The star system and the mother goddess system still continues, even into what they call the pantheon, the polytheism, right? So the science is still being handed down in all of these stages. Going a little further.
The first element is they believe that we are controlled by God. We're the playthings of gods. Now, what's really important to understand is that these gods, Zeus, Apollo, Ares, they're no different from mortals. The only difference is they just live forever. Okay? So, for example, if you're a king, what do you like to do? Well, you like to go around and chase young girls around, okay? What does Zeus do all day? What does Apollo do all day? These gods, all they do is go around and chase young girls around. Okay, so there's actually no difference.
The thing about those also is, as he interprets, it's still on a flat line as well. Because even when you study how they use Zeus and it goes back to Ethiop, what you find is let's just say like he said, let's take a female's name. This represents the tribe. The tribes are named after females. The city is named after the female, after the mother throne. So when you say a god captures this woman or this, it's a dynastic family that is represented in that aspects of upholding that is the force that they move with. And that becomes even clear in most indigenous. Like you have Mary Black Hawk, right? So the force of the Black Hawk would be what would be said. But is that the elimination of all constructs of any oneness of God and everything? You know, so many times people misinterpret those very things. So let's get to this monotheism.
Above the gods are the older gods, fortune, fate. So the belief was that even though these are gods, they're still controlled by forces beyond their understanding like fortune and fate. What mattered in this world was not to be good. What mattered in this world is to be lucky, okay? To be fortunate. Because that showed you that the gods favored you. And the last element, the most important element, is the unwritten and immutable laws of the universe. Okay? So a concept like justice. So think of gravity, how gravity gives structure to the universe, right? Well, back then they believed the same thing where at the most fundamental level, there were concepts that existed like justice. And if you you could have the favor of the gods, and you could be very lucky, but if you did things that were unjust, then eventually you'd be punished for it, because you're breaking the structure of the universe. Okay? So, this was the polytheistic worldview. Now, when you go to the monotheistic worldview, all this changes, because now you have a new concept that never existed in human history before, called one true God. And this changes everything, okay? Because before as you can see, humans thought in a very complex, sophisticated, diverse, imaginative way about the world. But now, with the advent of Christianity, it's only one true God. And as such, you have three new concepts that become dominant in this world. These concepts have existed before, but now they're dominant. The first concept is the idea of truth. Okay? If there's one true God, then there must be one truth to the universe. And so, when we move towards the truth, that is good, right? But when we move away from the truth, that is evil. So now you have a new concept called evil that didn't really exist before. Okay? You did good things because in this world it was your advantage. Now in this world, if you defy God, that is evil. Okay? And now with truth and evil, you have a new concept called the individual. Before in this world, what mattered was your family, your community, your society, the people around you. Now, with the advent of one true God, the community, the family doesn't matter. What matters is your loyalty, your faith in the one true God. So you can actually step outside your community and just do what you believe is right, as long as you have faith in the one true God. All right? Okay. So, these three concepts, truth, evil, individual, are important for you to remember because they underpin modernity. These three concepts, once they grow to a certain extent, they will create modernity, the world we live in. Okay? Our world is controlled by these three forces. Now, what's important for us to understand is these three concepts are beyond the human intuitions. You cannot logically, by yourself, deduce or come up with these three concepts. This world, the modern God is intuitive. Okay? This polytheistic world is also intuitive, but the Christian world now is counterintuitive. Okay? So as a result, for monotheism to triumph, because it is so counterintuitive, it must now destroy the polytheistic world. Okay? So the Romans spent a lot of time, taking centuries and centuries, to destroy the polytheistic world. But the thing is this: you can never ever kill an idea. The idea, if it is being suppressed, just goes underground. Okay? So remember, here in the modern God civilization, the main instrument of religious worship are fertility cults run by women. Well, now that war has come and men have taken over from women, what happened is that the woman went underground to create new religious organizations called mystery schools. And mystery schools, what they're trying to do is they're trying to maintain the best knowledge and traditions of the modern God civilization. Okay? Especially the fact that we come from the mind. We created the universe through our imagination. Okay? That's the main secret that they're trying to maintain. These mystery schools become extremely popular among the elite because they offer great sex. Okay?
Now that's how it's been revelated now, as when they say mystery schools. So we can go back one to where we read at, just to hit it one more time, make a clarity on it. The royal bloodline maintained the sacred marital alliance, even until the so-called times of Solomon. The Solomonic line is the Almosian or Hasmoneans. Now, I want to make that clear, so I'm going to have to come back to that as well for you. But this lineage had suffered invasion in Sumer, and Kemet, so the lines had been broken. So the unification of two royal keepers was important, the symbolic of the sacred marriage ceremony. This union is reflected in Solomon and Sheba, the Solar, Rahman, and the Sheba, the seven, as one. They produced the keepers of the ark, the glory of God, the keepers of the throne, the beloved, the throne of David, beloved of God. Let us reflect on Sheba and having the goat's foot. So we go into this. Let us, cosmic ones, upon the cupbearer, to Hercules, the hero, the Heru, called Kuthos. Kutheos, like chaos, Kitheos, means Cush. In the book Two Babylons by Reverend Alexander Hislop, it is revealed that Cush is the cup. It is also shown that Nin is the sun with a cup, and Ninus is the son of Madonna in Babylon. Ninus is Nimrod, and Ninus is king of Assyrians. Nimrod, builder of Nineveh, Ninus, king of India, and son of Belus, or Bel, which becomes Baal. Bel is founder of Babylon. Bel is Cush. This all shows that the people of India, Sumer or Sumeria, Chaldea, Babylon, and Ethiopia are the same people. So the marital alliance union of these people have been lost in the myths of the world. In the same book by Reverend Alexander Hislop, it is stated that the pagan Anglo-Saxon ancestor believed in Zer-Nebo-Gus, a black, malevolent, ill-omened divinity, black with horns and hoofs, a devil to them. Zero-Nebo-Gus, or Nebo-Gus, is almost pure Chaldean, which means the seed of the prophet of Cush. The revealers of the truth of Cush is always the devil to those that need the truth to be lost, so they may rule again. Again, a goat foot, even Bacchus, like Nin, holds a cup and a branch. When read as a symbol, it reveals the branch of Cush. Ivy branch became the Ivy League in the rites of Bacchus. This is where you get your Ivy League colleges, and they go through the rites of Bacchus. So they think it's sex rites, which they took to mean sexual orgies. But this mistook the teachings of the sacred marriage ceremony that preserve the bloodline. So much of the knowledge, Cush, Abyssinia, Ethiopia, has been hidden and woven in mythologies of the world. So just opening that door, and we talked about Constantine. So let's get a little insight here with our brother Baba Phil Valentine.
Zen Cheap is on the biggest end season sale. Right now, you can pay one, get 3 seasons.
It speaks about the fact in the middle. Now, the word Mesopotamia means middle land, as does the Norse. The creation of the world was and is a metaphysical process. And Western man, remember, I told you, Western man is incapable of metaphysical thinking. That's how come the Roman Catholic Church, the Roman Church, has no concept of metaphysics. And if it does, it didn't entitle to us. Sons are the creatures or the creators of worlds. Sons are the creators of worlds, not God. And because the ancients knew this, it became the basis of sun worship. So sons were the creators of worlds. Eden was a paradise. Now if you understand paradise, it means para means by, and dice means stars, of the stars. So Eden was of the stars. So when you talk about Eden being of the stars, it means that it was a cosmological principle. Where, what, when, why, and how was the Garden of Eden created? The Bible said the garden was planted eastward in Eden. So the Garden of Eden and Eden were not one. Check it. Eden is therefore something vastly different and bigger than the garden. It said here, the Garden of Eden was planted in the eastward in Eden. Eden is the planetary entity. Remember, I told you there is a programmed energy of thought processes, of higher mind processes that go into creating planets. This planetary entity in its pre-physical state, that is prior to the material state, the mythological source of all evil. Eastward there is, forward that is, was planted in the garden. In cosmology there is no other garden except a life-bearing, life-sustaining planet, the Earth. A planet is a small plan. A plan, E-T-T-E, or planet. It's a small plan in the process of evolving, in the process of bringing the cosmic ideation into existence. Now they say the Hebrew word Eden comes from the old Babylonian name for Mesopotamia, Gan Medan, or Gan Edan, or Gan Hedan. That is the garden of the east in the middle. Now the word Mesopotamia means middle land. As does the Norse word Midgard, home of the gods, the midland, in between involution and evolution. Throughout mythology, the middle land is that middle ground between evolution and evolution, that is the earth. The so-called happy lands that were lost were always in the west, as the west represents the setting of the primordial sun, the Hesperides, the Elysian seas, the Fortunate Isles, the Isles of the Blessed, Valhalla, all the rest of these, all whose passing represents what is known as the twilight of the gods. Prior to this myth, because of matter, the source of all evil, and their foods were nectars of the gods. Remember they said that all the foods that were eaten at that time were ambrosia? Well, these were the higher elemental energies, the etheric, the astral, mental elements. That's the ambrosia. This was the paradise mythological man lost. Mythological man lost the ability to walk in the higher planes of higher frequencies and resonance. But you see, the plan is, it has to be lost for there to be no redemption. There is no such thing as original sin. Let's look at original sin. This is the bullshit that Christianity has been giving to you about original sin. Man didn't create the original sin. The original sin was actually God's. God created matter. Matter is the source of all evil. Spirit, matter is the source of all evil, and we're participating in matter. We didn't create matter, God created matter. So God created the evil. So the original sin was God's, not man's. But the guilt trip was given to you. Now we're moving on to the point where we left off. Verse 5 in chapter 2. And every plant of the field before it was in the earth, and every herb before it was in the field, the Lord God, we told you about that. This is the true meaning of the first account of creation. That is, archetypal and pre-physical. The ancient writers obviously presented it as such in his original account, but the latter-day priesthood took theirs and wrote it. Would the original people have written, there was not a man to till the ground if he had written the first account? Obviously not, since in that one man was already created. Remember, there was no man to till the ground. But he knew nothing of the present of the first chapter. Remember, this thing was put together and edited by Shakespeare and his boys, the last one. So they didn't know what they were putting together. I didn't even have the sequence right. In the original version, there was no physical man as yet, nor was there even a physical earth. Reference to this begins only in verse 8. And the Lord planted a garden east of Eden, and there he put the man whom he had formed. Verses 6 and 7 are either out of place or is a true reference to pre-existing man. You see? Here it is. But there in the midst of the earth, and water the whole of the face of the ground, the Lord formed man of the dust of the ground and breathed into his nostrils and breathed life, and man became a living soul. And then he said, man planted in the east of Eden, and there he put the man that he had formed. Wait a minute. How is this that he's born of the dust of the ground? And over here he was born of something completely different, in the image of God. See, they don't know what they're putting together. Whoever it is that's keeping this ain't had a clue of what it is they're writing about. They got two separate creations. The word man should not be capitalized as man. Check it out. Now,
Hi, my name is Dawn, and I run a company called Jotful. We make one-of-a-kind websites just like these.
Now you notice the word man should be capitalized as man. It should be capitalized. Physical man was not yet made for the physical earth. The references to nostrils and breath are purely figurative. The living soul is not the human psyche, it is life. This particular account of man created from the dust is also stolen from the Babylonian, the Gilgamesh. In yet another Babylonian myth, a woman named Aruru creates him in this way, and this is from the Babylonian text. Aruru washed her hands. Clay she pinched off and spat upon it. Iabani, a head she created. Iabani, a hero she created. An exalted offspring with the might of Nina. So verse 8, God actually planted man in a spinning hell in space, a violent primordial earth. Each planet has its own creator. Since there's no physical tree of life, or good and evil, this verse is solely symbolic. I'm going about verse 9. I'm going forward now. I want to go forward because this is what we did already, man. I promised everybody else that I would be adding more information for you. Now, before we go forward, we'll deal with the psychopolitics and how they play with your head. This is what Christianity has been doing. It says it is all important to know that the entire subject of loyalty is thus as easily handled as it is. One of the first and foremost missions of the psychopolitician is to make an attack upon Christianity and make attack upon Christianity and insanity as synonymous. Just as the government as well. It should become the definition of insanity, of the paranoid variety, that a paranoid believes that he is being attacked by the government, or by Christianity, or by communists. Thus, at once, the support of the individual so attacking this falls away, and the masses follow you. Okay? So when you see some people telling me that they're leading you away with handcuffs, and they say some violent or some, what they say here's what they say in the Amsterdam News. Controversial pastor speaks at health forum. You may catch something unless you already have it, says Reverend Valentine at the Harlem State Forum last Saturday. Valentine was one of several speakers at the forum expressing opinions on the variety of health issues facing Black Americans, including hypertension, stroke, heart attack, asthma, AIDS, and the infant mortality. Another disease you might be carrying with you right now, Valentine says, is your Social Security card. This document and several others, marriage license, driver's license, birth certificate, are in Valentine's judgment, not law. I told them where they could find the information, but this is my judgment. Detrimental to a citizen's well-being. A birth certificate, he claimed, is a chattel mortgage on your body. It tells everything about you. When you were born, where you were born, how much you weigh, and who your parents were. All of this is vital information which they use to subject you. You said it was all right for them to have it, and that's why they kick your door down. And now that you are becoming more aware of the police state you live in, you can be sure that the repression will increase. Now, it used to take that you didn't know me from Adam or Eve. You think I was crazy. And that's exactly what they want you to do, because they follow the psychopolitics that the Russians had put down, pretty much what the Americans had taught them how to put together. And so, church! And each one of them uses the psychopolitical programming to get to your brain. You are subjectively worshiping something and someone who never existed except in your mind. Now, if I tell you that you worshiping Jesus, you might as well go worship Satan. No, don't go to church. No, don't go to hospitals. There are psychopoliticians and psychopolitical operatives who will stand with the force of the society's working psychopoliticians behind them to make me crazy in your eyes, and to make sure that the subjective programming of Jesus Christ stays in your head, that you focus all of your creative force into it, Him, giving Him life. Christ don't give you life, you give life to Christ. And the reason why they need you saying His name, constantly thinking about Him, constantly praying, is because your thoughts give life. You are the creator. So you created Jesus Christ. You give life to Christ. So you give life to your own goddamn misery. Now I know everybody who wants religion, who needs their panacea, who needs their band-aid, who needs their...
What if your next breakthrough was only one click away?
Tell me what he cannot.
bomb? Who needs that solace that the church gives them? Who needs to think that something or someone will say, I know that God exists. Why? Because the Bible tells me so. You have a song that you sing. You teach it to your children. You know it, everybody. Jesus loves me, this I know, 'cause the Bible tells me so. What the hell is wrong with y'all? One more word. It is the interest of the psychopolitics. The psychopolitics that a population be told that an hypnotized person will not do anything against his natural will. Listen carefully, people. It is in the interest of psychopolitics that a population be told that an hypnotized person will not do anything against his actual will not commit immoral acts, will not act so as to endanger himself. While this may be true of light, part of hypnotism and general welfare therapy, it certainly is not true of commands implanted by the use of electric shock, drugs, and heavy punishment, wherein the entire structural thought processes are altered permanently. Electric shock! How are you getting your electric shock every day? You turn on television. That goes right into your subconscious. You keep getting programmed every day by subtextual, subliminal electric shocks. Drugs. There are every type of drug, mind-altering drug in all the foods you eat. Now they're going to alter the genetics in food so that you got pig genetics, so that you got insect genetics, which will then begin to attenuate your genetics so that you will be more susceptible to the programming, people. And heavy punishment. They're constantly pulling you over. They're constantly taxing you. They're constantly getting you worried about paying bills. You're constantly punishing yourself. Could you imagine if the population at large totally says to the bill collector, to every authority, to Monica Lewinsky and your boy,
You said that there is God, but it's not God. Truth is not defined as reality.
if God is reality, then we are God, because we are the ones who recognize reality as ourselves, and we interpret that reality as truth. God didn't write this, man did. So once you understand that man wrote this Bible, and all the interpretations that you're going to find out about, then you understand that it's only about God writing about itself to itself. You know, sat down, write a letter, write a little letter, write a letter, write a little letter, write a letter. Remember that one? I was trying to date myself. Write a letter. Shy lights. I write a little letter. That's what the Bible is. God writing a little letter to itself. That's what the sun is. It dies to save you. In other words, it gives you the potential to redeem yourself. The sun gives up its life so that an earth may be born. And on that earth, God redeems itself from its own ignorance. You see, God redeems itself from its ignorance through man. Man is the one who becomes the realizer of God. Not God realizes man.
Well, I said in Israel, like, there is no now, there is no all.
Arms, legs, arms, head. The question and answer is later. Allah is arms, legs, arms, head. That's all it is. So when you begin to understand that we are God, and we're going to break for a minute, when you understand that we are God, and we're going to come back to other parts of that particular reality in the Bible, when you start getting rid of the cyst that you have called religion, when you get rid of this tumor that has grown upon your psyche and the human psyche for the last 2,000 years called Jesus Christ, when you have stripped yourself and healed yourself of religion, that is when you have thrown off the yoke, thrown off the threshold that they've created for you, and a whole new beginning starts for humanity. We'll go to the next one.
If we link these pyramids across the globe, this forms an almost perfect Orion's Belt constellation.
Part two. Somebody take my other part two. Okay. Quickly, let me run down a few things here. I'm going to go down from Genesis 2. It's so beautiful to walk amongst you, to see all of what it is that you, to 18, 19, all the way down to, and I'm going to take it all the way to the serpent, and then we can go right into the questions and answers, because I want to get that on there too. There's a lot more for me to do, because I always over-prepare. So I want to cover Genesis 2, so that the next time we come together, I'll cover Genesis 3. But Genesis 2 is as follows, and we'll start at verses 16. Now, Genesis 2, verse 16, and remember, we're not just going to do Genesis, because I got some serious dirt on the New Testament. And, oh yeah, all the Jesus freaks. I'm going to be speaking, let me just give you a little preliminary here. The name of the next one, and this is for you, Brother Big Man. High Crimes of the Confounding Fathers of Christendom, D-U-M-B. BC before the confusion, AD after the delusion. Something will be saying, as the tale of Christianity unfolds, and by the way, there are many books that you can speak on this. Hilton Hodema is in the back. They got all the books back there for sale. You can read the book by Paul Christian, The History of Magic. You can read the Bhagavad Gita. You can read the Sefer Yetzirah. You can read the Mahabharata. You can read a book that's out of print, but it's very, very difficult to find. Hopefully you can find it. It's called The Greatest Story Never Told by Lana Cantrell. There's a book called The History and the Falsehoods of Christianity. And I gotta get the name of this brother, because a lot of the work that I'm doing here is between all the Fotimas and his works, and a lot of the other works that come from me just saying, just looking into everything that they don't want me to look into. You see, you gotta go off the beaten track. And in the hallway, it's so beautiful to walk amongst you, to see all of what it is that you already understand of what it is that I'm trying to say. It's just, and Sister says something, it's time to free the people to make them feel good about thinking another way. Because sometimes the people need to hear it from someone to tell them it's all right to think this way. Because the cackle and the thousand-headed ass makes you believe that you think this way something is wrong, that you're going against the grain. See, what you're doing is you're upsetting their certitude. This is the way they make their bread and butter. If nobody's going back to church, what's your boy Reverend Fatback going to do? He ain't got no church. That is his job, a real job. So as the tale of Christianity unfolds, it will be revealed that it is the most spiritually illiterate and ignorant faith in all the annals of religious fanaticism. Christianity is, and Christians, the Christian founding fathers were so stupid, they couldn't even make a religion of their own. They had to borrow somebody else's. Christianity is based upon what the Hebrews gave. That's why the Jews are so closely related and knitted with this shit. Could you imagine this is the reason why the Jews get away with all the shit they get away with now? Because they're actually worshiping a Jew. You think about that. You think they give a shit about him being nailed on the cross? Yeah, indeed. It may be safely said that the game of life was called, just like any other football game, on account of darkness. Think about that. The game of life was called on account of darkness. You know what that darkness was? Christianity. The Dark Ages. The night of Christian thought. The blackout of evolutionary consciousness. A short circuit in consciousness. Energy that gave life to the world of matter, that brings the arcane wisdom to the ancient masters and the ascended masters, that was nurtured in the land of Kim, in the light of the world, went dark. Everything went dim in the Dark Ages. And that's the time when the Moors would defeat.
You said it was too expensive, so for Black Friday, we answered. 61% off our functional coffee. Not enough?
In Europe. Let's think about it. The fact that the Moors were defeated in Europe, and that's when the Dark Ages started. That's when the Roman Catholic Church began to destroy the feminine principle of God. It began to destroy the mathematics of creation, the truth behind what God is, not who God is. The Catholic Church, which is the mother of all Christian churches. Listen to me, people. I don't give a shit if you're another kind of Christian standing over here. I'm this born-again Christian. I'm this other Methodist, this and that. You all come under the Pope. Christian fundamentalism was funded out of the Vatican. And the monies that came to push Reverend Falwell and all the rest of them came out of Buckingham Palace. Think about that one. So Catholic religions, the Catholic, the Pope, that's why he can field 10 million people in a field in a square right now. Because he is the chief of all Catholics, all Christians. He is Peter. If you believe that bullshit. Now the Catholic Church claims it was founded on Christ, by Christ, and established in stone. That is, through Peter. You get it? Peter, Petra, stone. In one of its many writings, we find the following claims. St. Peter's supremacy can be proven by the Bible. Now, I want to give you this information here that you could get off the web, and bless her heart, Sister Delise Stanley. She's always getting into the web and bringing down some information. The hidden history of Jesus and the Holy Grail. Let me tell you, I go everywhere to find it. You see, good Christians won't want to believe anything else but what they think will keep them safe and warm at night, you know? Was there no historical Jesus by Earl Dorothy? This dude does a scholastic breakdown of the falsehood around this person called Jesus, how it never existed until after 325 AD. Wasn't no Jesus Christ until after J. Matter of fact, it wasn't until 625 and the Sixth Council of Nicaea that the man on the cross was accepted as one of the symbols of Christianity. Before that, it was the sheep with the cross on him, and before that, it was two fish. There wasn't no person called Jesus. There wasn't no anthropological man walking. And your Constantinople was built by Constantine, the so-called Holy Christian Emperor, the bastard who took the information, because when he went east and he went where the actual information was, where they were dealing with 72 degrees, where they were dealing with 90 degrees of knowledge, he went there to try to be indoctrinated and incorporated into those mystery systems, and they said, get the fuck out of here. So he said, oh, you deny me. You deny me, baby, I'm coming back. I'm going to start my own shit, and I'm coming back. And that's what he did. And that's when he started raising and destroying everything else. He started bringing together all these priests, and all of them started coming together because they were warring. There were two factions of Christianity at the time. There was one that was worshiping Jesus in the west of Rome, and another one that was worshiping Christos. But it wasn't Christianity. It was two factions of sun worship. And they were warring with one another in Rome. So what did he do? Because his military was so weak and they were so indolent, he had to go and get people who were the Tartars and the Attila the Hun and all the Vandals and the Visigoths to come and patrol the streets. The same way they're going to do you right now. When they're going to go and get them Serbians that don't give shit about you and put them in American uniforms and walk them down the streets. All right? Same thing Constantine did. And he took all these Visigoths and all of the people that they call the Vandals. That's why they call you vandalized. That's where they got the name from. The Vandals came in there and raised Rome. So they brought them in to patrol the streets. But before he could bring them into Rome, he had to go and take the Pope or the people. What he did, he took them and went and Christianized them first. That's where the Germans got Christianity and Catholicism. You know, the Pope was hooked up with Hitler. That's where that came from. So, when they came in, they brought these so-called mongrels in to keep the warring factions of sun worship apart in Rome. So, since it was getting hot and heavy in Rome, he says, I can't hold here in peace. I can't hold me up with. So let's go and build a city 700 miles outside of Rome. So he built Constantinople, which today is Istanbul. Okay? So now Constantinople gets built. He brings all the bishops from the different regions together, and there's about 1,600 of them. He says, let's create a whole new religion. Can we all get along?
My husband used to ejaculate prematurely until this.
My hubby is ejaculating so fast, and he gets so anxious.
They said, hell no. So they started fighting. They had to bring soldiers in there. They were warring so heavy. Just the 1,600 of them was fighting because they wanted to create this amalgamation. Constantine had this big idea of bringing and consolidating his power in Rome and around all over the place by bringing in all these people. So the people who said hell no in Moscow either killed them, drove them out, or brought them off. By the time he was finished with his campaign of fighting, 300 people were left. 300 bishops were left and said, okay, pay me enough, give me lands, and I'll go along with it. And Christianity was born. That's how Christianity was born. And after that, remembering that he was refused initiation into the secret systems, he took that cross, which is the symbol of death, And at the end of that cross, he pushed his bullshit religion, which became Christianity.
A history that most people are not aware of. We always hear about Constantinople. And so when you get to the times of the Crusade Wars and you find out about the Mamelukes and you find out about how they pushed the conflicts of Islam against certain things, it was all in the conquest process. I'll show you one of the things. I think I got the map down here. I think I did load that up. So in the conquest process, remember, this is Abyssinia. His Majesty comes in later on and calls it Ethiopia. But if you look, you've got the old maps, all of this land, which is called Lower Ethiopia. Africa is named it. But this is also the land of what they had called Judah in this area here, where it says Lower Ethiopia, Upper Ethiopia. Now, these territories expand even into what we would call the Aram, because when we start studying about what Ethiopia is, we get all of them. So I think on this map here it shows it as well. Abyssinia, Ethiopia, and this is the Sudan here. I thought it would have showed the Judah in this writing here, but it doesn't. Okay. So, all right, let's go back out here to begin this.
Do you know what eating cucumber can do to your liver? Cucumber is actually a type of fruit, not a
closely related Nilotic.
So we started hearing about the Genesis and how even the Bible Genesis was coming out of Sumer. But we know Sumer, the kings of Sumer, the black-headed ones, Cush, Kish. So we start to see it. But we already know that our ancestors, we talked about the mother religion, the star religions, and so forth. And we have to remember the consciousness that was there. So just bear with me. Got this video and one more. And hopefully the point will be made. Oh, hold on. Let me make the point about Constantine first before I go there. I'm sorry. Got to make the point about Constantine as he was.
A white woman who has a white boy child, and they say the white woman is the mother of God, the white child is the son of God. And on Lake Victoria, the Shoners will say, we are Karanga, children of the sun. And on Lake Victoria, there's an island called Ptah, the land of God Ptah. And the name Ethiopia, it comes from Atape. But if you say Tape or Tapa, if you reverse Pa and Ta, then you have Ptah. And there's an Ethiopian pharaoh, Sabaka, who
remember the things that was said. Remember, Rome is Carthage, Hannibal, Baal, Lord. So it's still part of the ancient kingdoms. And so we have to look at when they say sun worship, what was going on. Even in the Quran, Surah 27, if we have time, we'll try to read that to give you the story of Sheba and Solomon as being that sun worship in a certain sense. But the construct should be made clear here. Constantinople was Rome, or Constantine was Rome. So you're going to hear him speak about Rome. So again, we're talking about difference in Christianity from Ethiopia. We're going to make that clear. So just bear with us. Let us get the evidence. I chose these videos rather than try to speak it through because they give the strong points. Give thanks.
Mary Magdala, even the French records say she's Mara Magdala and a negress, an Ethiopian negress. So Jesus was a black man, born of a black woman, and married to a black woman. And it's not true that he was the mother was impregnated by the Spirit of God. They write the Bible later, ignore that story of creation, and they put the story of Adam, who is physically created by God.
According to the story.
According to their story.
Yeah.
And then from there, that God takes a rib out of this Adam and creates a woman, which is all nonsense. There was also a philosophy of reincarnation, that there are people who lived in the past who can be born in small children. You find that a child actually it's an older person, but it's a child. They said no, that should not be taught because people will not obey us as the imperial power.
King David Studio podcast. I have with me here someone I hold very highly, and whose knowledge intrigues me, and how he knows so much intrigues me as well. I have a former chief whip of the ANC many years ago, and it's a privilege. What is your African name? Nekrofo.
This is day one of my husband starting trading. He's 40 and starting with 20 bucks.
It's almost 2026.
Yes. Necrofo, you find that name among the first pharaohs. It's written in Greek, Necrophis.
What?
Yes.
How did you inherit such a big name? Surely someone must have given
my guardian spirit.
Jeez. Is it a name that's found in your family?
Yes, in all my family, every household will have a child called Kerufo.
Okay.
Kerufo. Like this Kerufo is my son.
Okay.
My elder sister was Kerufo. And my younger sister was also Kerufo.
Yes.
Yeah. So the name runs from the 1700s.
My gosh. Yeah. But you say it has a link to, it's written in Greek and all of that. How does your people connect with this other nation?
We came from a place called Napta. Napta, next to the Nuba Mountains in the Sudan, which was the heartland of ancient Ethiopia. And that's why the people from that area came to be known as Nubians. And those are the people who created ancient Ethiopian civilization. And the ancient Ethiopians or Nubians created the Egyptian civilization. But from that area, other Nubians went to West Africa, others to East Africa, others to the south. And that's why you would find empires like Mongale, Monomuki, Manamutapa, Angola, Benin, Zanj on the coast. All these kingdoms were in the Kantasis of ancient Ethiopia. All these kingdoms actually came out of ancient Ethiopia. And these were the custodians of ancient African civilizations. So the Egyptians are descendants of indigenous Africans who originated from the time of Abraham who was a colonialist. You have the people called the Hyksos, who are the forebears of the Jews. And then we have the Libyans of Sheshonq. Then we have the Persians. You have the Greeks, the Romans, the Arabs. All these people colonized Egypt. That's why the population of Egypt became so mixed. Today, we won't even recognize that those people are indigenous Africans. And they are called Copts or Coptic people. And people don't even ask themselves the root of the word Copt, because it's Kapta.
Okay. Oh, from where they're from.
Yeah, in Greek, Kapta is Coptis. I was telling you that we originated in Napta. The word Napta, Kapta, and even the word Egypt derives from Ha Kapta, the land of God Ptah. And the name Ethiopia, it comes from Atape. But if you say Tape or Tapa, if you reverse Pa and Ta, then you have Ptah. And there's an Ethiopian pharaoh, Sabaka, who discovered an old document called the Memphite stone. That stone later came to be named after him as Sabaka stone. That stone, today you find it in the British Museum.
Yeah.
That is the oldest document which talks about the origins of the world, how everything was created. But that document was published in 716 BC. But what happens is they write the Bible later, ignore that story of creation, and they put the story of Adam, who is physically created by God.
According to the story.
According to their story.
Yeah.
And then from there, that God takes a rib out of this Adam and creates a woman, which is all nonsense. But we have been made to believe that story, and all of us, even those of us who are not white or Europeans, we believe we're the children of Adam. But if you go into history, or if you just make calculations based on the Bible, Adam was created in the year 4004 BC. By the year 30,000 BC, Africans had already built pyramids, temples. They've already invented writing. They had produced literature. Now, why on earth do we take the later story, foreign story, and make it our story, and then leave our true story that we have, which is documented? Because the Romans don't have a history. There are histories that with Romeo and Juliet, somewhere in the 700 years BC. Now, they got hold of the Jewish story and found that because they wanted to build an empire, they must use the Jewish story to say, no, all of us come from Adam. They want to use that to unify us. And when they got the Christian story, they forced, everybody was forced to be a Christian. But the Christianity that the Romans created is the materialistic Christianity, because it gives you a white woman who has a white boy child, and they say the white woman is the mother of God, the white child is the son of God. And that story was also false, because the mother of Jesus was not a European. She came from the family of Potalamu, Mary Amun. That's those two names you can't find anywhere in the world except in Africa.
Yeah.
But when the Greeks colonized Egypt, Potalamu becomes Ptolemy, and Mary Amun becomes Mariam.
Okay.
But you can't find the same name, Mariam, anywhere in the world except in Africa. So Jesus was known as Joshua ben Mary Amun.
Okay.
And Yoshu, that Yeshua in Greek is Jesus. Mary Amun is Mariam. So Jesus was called
Son of
Yeshua ben Mariam. And that's why in Ethiopia now you find a church called the Church of Mariam of Zion. But the other thing that people don't realize is that actually what is called, St. Augustine says that which is called Christianity never has not existed. It has existed before the beginning, from the beginning of time. Now ask yourself, where did it exist? That Christianity comes from Africa. And the name Christ is a distortion of the word harakte, which is also spelled XP acte. In Greek, XP acte is XP ichtoch and is pronounced Christos. So there is no evidence of a word Christ existing anywhere except in Africa. And actually, you see the pyramids of ancient Ethiopia and Egypt. You also have the sphinxes. Those sphinxes are the oldest statue of the Christ, who was also called Uzara, the son of the sun. In Greek is Osiris. So that's why there was a fight over Christianity, because Jesus was not Christ. He was a prophet of the African Christ. And he was appointed by the great Karam, Solar Brotherhood, to propagate a popular version of Christianity for the masses. But that's why we distinguish between esoteric Christianity, which is kind of a secret doctrine, and exoteric Christianity. So Jesus was teaching the popular one, because the problem there was that people were rough.
So the Romans again are a narrative of stealing and taking something and developing it into their own without overstanding the root of it. So getting you there was a component of really what we're really trying to lay that foundation for. And so let's go a little further. Oh, I'm sorry.
Every civilization has a creation story. Every culture has tried to answer that ancient question that rises with the sun and sleeps with the stars. Where do we come from? But long before the Bible, long before the Torah, and long before Greek philosophers walked the marble steps of Athens, Africa had already written its own Genesis. A Genesis not carved in a single book, but scattered across deserts, mountains, rivers, and stars. This was a continent where knowledge was not just spoken, it was encoded. Where creation was not merely narrated, it was revealed. Where spirit, science, and symbolism were one. Africa's Genesis was older than parchment, older than temples, older than language itself. It lived in the spiraling sand drawings of the Dogon, in the sacred geometry of Kemet, in the chants of the Zulu, in the stories whispered by the Shona, in the rhythms of the Yoruba, in the cosmic maps of the Berber, and in the dream universes of the San.
Mother religion.
These were not myths.
Star religion.
They were metaphysical
fertility.
Blueprints. Sophisticated
Studying
systems designed to explain the beginning of everything.
Mind
Before
creating
atoms,
matter.
before equations, before telescopes, Africa used symbols to describe the birth of light. Before physics named vibration, Africa described the world that shapes reality. Before science spoke of expansion, Africa spoke of the egg that cracked open the cosmos. Before psychology defined consciousness, Africa taught that awareness is the first spark of existence. Nothing here was accidental. Nothing here was primitive. These stories were not attempts to imagine the universe. They were attempts to translate it. Long before the world divided spirit from science, Africa understood that creation was both. And now, as we retrace these ancient paths, the oldest Genesis rises again. A story written not in ink, but in eternity. Africa's creation stories are older than scripture, older than carved tablets, older than ink. They belong to the breath, to rhythm, to memory carried in the bones of continents. When people say Genesis, they imagine a single beginning, one story, one moment, one divine spark. But Africa has never believed in one beginning. Africa remembers many, dozens of creation stories scattered across deserts, islands, mountains, forests, and savannas. Each unique, each sacred, and yet all beating with the same underlying pulse. It is as if the continent carried one cosmic blueprint, one metaphysical pattern expressed through countless voices. And now, as we open the lost book of Genesis, Africa's original Genesis, we begin with the names the world rarely hears, but should never forget. Africa did not have one Genesis. It had dozens. But some of the deepest came from places the world rarely hears. In the far reaches of the Afar lands, creation began with Wake and Yah, two forces whose union shaped existence itself. In the Berber and Amazigh world, ancient desert winds whispered the names Siwa and Tanit, guardians of life, fertility, and sacred cycles. Across the waters of the Comoros Islands, the people spoke of Mungumuku, the great source who breathed order into chaos. In Somalia, creation rose through Iebi, also called Wak, the sky spirit whose presence filled the world before form emerged. Among them and the people, everything began with Mangala, the cosmic seed holding the universe tightly within itself. The Luba of Central Africa honored Vidye Mukulu, the distant creator who shaped the first beings. The Lozi of Southern Africa called upon Yambe, the maker who withdrew to the heavens after forming humanity. In South Sudan, the Dinka revered Nyalik, the sky creator whose breath became destiny. Their neighbors, the Nuer, whispered the name Quartz, the divine spirit that fills all things. And in the lands of the Shona, creation began with Nwari, the unseen force that shaped the world through rain, light, and breath. Across deserts, forests, islands, and savannas, creation had many names, but one pulse, one rhythm beneath the differences, like many rivers flowing back to an ancient hidden spring. And once you hear that rhythm, you begin to notice how every part of Africa was telling the same cosmic story in its own language, its own poetry, its own sacred code. Now we move deeper into the great civilizations whose names echo in history books, temples, and legends. Their creation stories are better known, but they too follow the same ancient pattern. Kemet spoke of Atum rising from the waters, self-created, self-shaped, standing upon the first mound of existence. Nubia honored Amun of Napata, the invisible wind whose breath stirred the first spark of creation. Ethiopia remembered Exiabher, the divine force whose presence illuminated the universe. The Oromo praised Waka, the eternal sky who watched over heaven and earth. The Maasai bowed to Inkai, the giver of cattle, rain, and life. The Kikuyu lifted their hands to Nai, the creator who dwelled upon the sacred mountain. The Yoruba knew Olodumare, source of Ace, the power that makes creation possible. The Igbo called the source Chukwu, the Great Spirit, beyond form, beyond time. The Archon honored Nyame, the Shining One above all. The Iwe spoke of Mawu and Si, twin forces balancing moonlight and destiny. The Faun remembered Mawu Lisa, the divine unity of sun and moon. The Congo thought of Nzambi Mpugu, the creator who shaped the world and governs the Kalunga line between realms. The San whispered of Kang, whose dreaming mind spun worlds into being. And the Zulu remembered Unkulunkulu, the first ancestor who emerged to set life into motion. So many names, so many languages, so many stories spanning thousands of miles and thousands of years. And yet, despite this vastness, despite this overwhelming diversity, something remarkable appears. Every one of them begins the same way. Before there was anything, there was water. Before breath, before light, before form, there was the dark, eternal, trembling presence of the deep. In African cosmology, this is not metaphor, it is the beginning. Water is not an element, it is the origin. It is the womb that holds all possibility. In every corner of the continent, the oldest creation stories begin not with land, nor man, nor flame, but with the sea, with rivers, with flood, with rain, with moisture forming memory. Africa's first gods, spirits, and forms did not emerge from fire or sky, they rose from the waters. Because Africa begins with birth, and water is the mother of birth. Across cultures, oceans are not obstacles. They are the spaces between one world and the next, between spirit and matter, sleep and waking, void and form. In ancient Egypt, it began with Non, the infinite waters that held the unformed universe. Non was not chaos, but potential. In Non, everything that would ever exist slept, waiting for the first thought, the first breath, the first light. The god Atum did not create none. He rose from it, emerging atop the Ben mound, shaped by will and awareness. But before him, the waters were all there was, still, silent, sacred. In Yoruba cosmology, those primordial waters were ruled by Olokun, the keeper of the deepest sea. Olokun holds the mysteries of wealth, creation, and the unknown. Before Orisha could form the earth, they stood upon water, and it was Olokun's power that made foundation possible. The waters were not merely background, they were the canvas upon which all life was painted. The Swahili of East Africa call it Bahari Lauhai, the ocean of life. For them, life flows like waves. Creation is not a moment, but a tide. The ocean is both mother and memory, something you emerge from and someday return to. Among the Zulu, the story begins with reeds. Yes, reeds. But those reeds do not grow in dust. They rise from water. According to Zulu tradition, humanity first emerged from a bed of reeds that had grown out of the primordial flood. From the moisture of the deep, life reached upward. This is not just symbolic. It reflects an understanding of life's reliance on water, the quiet reverence for the fluid womb. For the Somali, the world was formed when the sky and rain united. The heavens wept, and the tears kissed the dust, awakening it. From this union came fertility, land, and form. It was not the sky alone, but moisture that brought creation to life. A theme mirrored in other Cushitic traditions. The world was not spoken into being. It was watered into bloom. The Afar people, whose sacred ancestors include Wake and Ya, describe creation as emerging from moisture and steam, from breath carried on the mist of an unseen realm. It is humidity, the invisible water in the air, that begins their version of the cosmic unfolding. It is the quiet element, the soft force, that becomes the origin. In the highlands of Mali, the Dogons speak of the cosmic egg, not resting in space but floating in the celestial waters. Before Ama cracked the egg to create twins, time, and form, That egg drifted silently in water. The waters were not hostile, they were sacred amniotic fluid, holding the blueprint of the universe. The Lozi people remember a flood, not as a punishment, but as a prelude. In their telling, the world emerged after the flood waters receded. Their god Nyambi brought order only after the earth was washed clean, shaped by the tides. The flood was not a destruction, it was purification. A necessary cleansing before creation could be built. Even in the islands of Madagascar, stories tell of Razanahari, the divine spirit whose creative work began inside the sea. The ocean was not apart from creation, it was its birthplace. Life rose from the sea as it rose from thought, shaped not in a sudden explosion but in a slow unfolding like waves reaching toward the shore. So why does Africa always begin with water? Because water is everything before the thing. It is the blank canvas, the untouched soil, the undivided cell. Water is possibility. It is the space between endings and beginnings. And in African cosmology, creation was never about domination. It was about emergence. Africa does not begin with a sword or a thunderbolt. Africa begins with the womb, with the pulse of water, with moisture forming memory. As the narration flows, Africa begins with water because Africa begins with birth. Before light, there was the womb of existence. And that womb was never empty. Before there was land to walk on, before trees reached toward the sun, before even the sound of thunder, there was light. Not physical light, not the glow we see with our eyes, but the first awareness, a pulse in the dark, a flicker of realization. Across African cosmologies, light is not simply the sun, it is consciousness itself. The moment when creation becomes self-aware, when the universe still unshaped recognizes its own potential. In African thought, creation does not begin with objects, it begins with awareness. The Dogon of Mali described the beginning with Ama, the supreme creative force, resting in the cosmic egg, floating in primordial waters. Inside that egg, all things were held, but they were asleep, still, waiting. And then, Ama cracked the egg, and in that rupture, light poured forth. It wasn't just illumination, it was the birth of consciousness, the beginning of twins, of motion, of symmetry. That first light was not just the start of visibility, it was the start of intention. In ancient Kemet, this awakening takes the form of Ra, the sun god, emerging from the darkness of knowing. He did not rise into an already existing sky. He became the sky's light. He called himself into being, shining through the void, and from his illumination came all other life. Ra was not only light, Ra was awareness taking form. Among the Akan of West Africa, it is said that Nyame shone before anything else did. Before the earth was shaped, before humans were made, there was Nyame's light, stretching across the emptiness. His radiance didn't just illuminate the world, it brought the idea of the world into focus. Through Nyame, creation remembered itself. In Ethiopia, the divine force is Exziabher, whose breath carried light into the universe. It was not a command, not a weapon, but a gentle exhale, a whisper that became a blaze. Light came not with thunder, but with presence. The light Exziabher breathed was not just brightness, it was conscious being, filling the fabric of space with intention. In the Congo traditions of Central Africa, creation is often described through the Kalunga line, the threshold between the physical and spiritual worlds. And it is said that lightning was the first force to cross that line. Not fire, not form, light. A flash across the great river of existence. It marked the boundary between death and life, thought and flesh. That bolt was more than electricity. It was divine consciousness breaking into time. For the Khoisan, among the oldest cultures on earth, creation was not commanded, but dreamed. Come, the first consciousness, dreamed the world into being. And as he dreamed, light entered his mind's eye, piercing the dark of timeless sleep. That light, warm, golden, undefined, became the first sign of reality for me. The word was not spoken. It was remembered. That memory shone before shape. In every tradition, light is not decoration. It is not the end result. It is the beginning. Light in African cosmology equals consciousness. It is not something you see. It is something you are. To shine is to awaken. To create light is to realize existence. This idea flips the Western model of creation on its head. Where others may begin with form, command, or battle, Africa begins with awareness. Light does not chase away darkness. It wakes it up. It is not an enemy of the void. It is its next evolution. The first light is not just the sun. It is self-awareness. It is the universe recognizing itself in stillness and saying, I am. And from that I am, all other things follow. So when Africa speaks of light, it is not telling you how to see, it is telling you how to remember. In the African Book of Creation, once consciousness awakens, it does not sculpt reality with hands or hammer. It begins with something more primal, more powerful, breath. And with that breath comes sound, a whisper, a hum, a command that shapes the formless into form. In African cosmology, the universe is not built from brick and bone. It is built from vibration. Sound is the architect of reality. Before clay, before tree, before sun, there is utterance. And utterance is not speech alone. It is intention turned into frequency. Across the continent, in dozens of traditions, creation unfolds not through war or accident, but through sound codes, spoken breath, and vibrational force. Among the Yoruba, the creative spark comes from ash, the divine power to command, to activate, to make things happen. Ash is not just energy. It is spoken energy, power carried through the word. It flows through Emi, the breath, the divine breath within all living beings. To speak is not just to communicate, it is to create. In ancient Kemet, breath and word are sacred technologies. The god's breath is known as Ka, the vital force, the essence of being. And through who, the divine utterance, reality is shaped. Who is not language. It is the vibration behind language. It is said that Atum brought forth creation by naming it. His speech did not describe the world. It built it. The Dogon people tell of Nomo, the first beings created by Ama. But Nomo were not just deities, they were vibrational entities connected to sound and water. Nomo was said to speak the world into balance, using coded speech, tonal vibration, and rhythms to maintain harmony. Even the act of descent, when Nomo came to Earth, was a sonic event, a tuning of the cosmic instrument. In our Akan tradition, the power of the word is called Nkom, speech that doesn't just express but shapes reality. Prophecy, ritual invocation, naming ceremonies, all carry the weight of creation. A name is not random, it is destiny. An utterance, when spoken in the right state, becomes structure. Thought becomes flesh. The Nuer of South Sudan speak of Quat, the divine spirit whose very breath animates the living. Quat is breath, and breath is life. To breathe is to embody spirit. And the world itself was animated not by molding matter, but by divine respiration. Among the Dinka, a closely related Nihilistic people, the story is similar. The creator shaped clay, yes, but it remained still until divine breath entered it. That breath gave life. That breath was not mere oxygen, it was a spiritual spark, moving through lungs and into soul. In Igbo cosmology, the concept of Mo bridges breath and spirit. It is the force that hovers, animates, and directs. Mo is not just spirit as concept, it is breath with purpose. The act of speaking, especially during ritual, is seen as summoning, not suggestion, but actualization. And in Ethiopia, the term nafus signifies the breath of life. It is the same breath God gave Adam. But before that, it was the breath that called the world forward. Nafos is both wind and whisper, the animating force behind what we see, the invisible voice pushing reality forward. Each of these cultures speaks a different tongue, but they share the same song, creation through sound. Not violence, not randomness, but rhythm, breath, command. Africa teaches that the universe is not built from matter, but from sound. Breath animates, word shapes, vibration gives form. This is why ritual matters. This is why naming holds power. This is why silence is sacred. Not the absence of noise, but the space between notes. Because in African thought, to speak is to summon, and to breathe with intention is to co-create with the source. So when the first breath echoed across the new universe, it didn't just fill space, it formed it. Not just a whisper in the dark, but the blueprint of reality itself. Once the breath moved, once the sound gave shape to vibration, came the first beings, not conquerors, not destroyers, not jealous gods waging war over creation, but engineers of order. In African cosmology, the universe is not tamed by violence. It is balanced by design. These first entities born of sound and light were not tyrants. They were architects, sculptors of rhythm, weavers of breath into form. The Dogon people of Mali speak of the Nomo, the twin beings born of Ama's cosmic egg. They were part spirit, part water, part sound. The Nomo were not just creators. They were harmonizers, sent to organize the universe after an initial rupture of imbalance. They introduced speech, language, and the laws of symmetry. Their descent to Earth was said to have restored harmony, not imposed dominance. They were the first to shape space through sound and intention. In ancient Kemet, after Ra brought light, came Shu and Tefnut, air and moisture. Their union gave rise to Geb, the earth, and Not, the sky. But even this celestial family was not enough. Balance required a force to oversee it all. That force was Ma'at, the principle of truth, justice, and cosmic equilibrium. These were not figures demanding obedience through wrath. They were forces that held the universe together, gods of alignment, not aggression. The Zulu remember Unkulunkulu, the first ancestor, not as a war god, but as a bringer of life. He came from reeds and shaped humans from the soil, teaching them how to build homesteads, live with the land, and honor one another. He established relationships, not religions. His legacy was not empire, it was order. Among the San, Africa's oldest living spiritual lineage, the world was first dreamed by Ka'ang. In his dream, he placed all creatures into the world in harmony, humans, animals, trees, stars. But when people broke that harmony, separation followed. Kang was not angry. He was disappointed. His creation was a song interrupted. But his intent was never to punish, only to restore the rhythm. You can tell of
African science, science of life, not just not a religion, but science of life. And we struggle and suffer today because we have forgot our science. And we've been boxed in by a construct of religion, never knowing the root of even the very words and things that we say. But then we box ourselves away from our connections by following European constructs of labeling our ancestors as evil and labeling us as righteous because of a religion. thereby defying and coming in what we would call individuality, and coming and saying that we are following the truth and everyone else is following evil. So the paradox that was set up by our enslavers to entrap our minds is a real reality. And unless we know like the basis of how it separates, we'll still be stuck in a box, following their precepts, running away from our own precepts, which is the science of life. Now, you've seen them stress the egg, the pearl, the egg, the solar disk. Let's do this. So I want to show you this. This is a sevenfold solar scheme. And you see the egg. Now, if I can do it right, because I'm trying to make sure you can read it with me. All right. So the beginning of the egg is Khepera, the self-created, self-born light, Ra. Then you have Amen Ra, which deals with the hidden, right? So Khepera is the self-regenerating instinct of the demiurge, the will to be. So if you look on the side, you've got numbering. So it represents the 7. But in the 7th is 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And here you have what is called the Ashemu, which is the Shem Horus group. Then you have the 7 groups of the fallen, Akua. Then you come to the Hathors or Het Heru, the 7 groups here. Then it comes down. But this represents physical state, desire, mind. So it would be what we go by as physical body, life force, astral body, emotional body, mind, soul, spirit. It becomes the 7, the house, the body. But in a totality, it's a science of your being, but it is a science of the times on earth. And it correlates with certain things. So you get the 7 here, you get a 7 here, you get a 7 here. That's 3 7s. But the beginning and the whole totality, that's why you got an outer circle, inner circle, and another circle. So you got the 3 realms, or the holies of holies. So you get those realms. But the holy is the totality of the egg. And then you come into even where we do Sebek Ra. When we get to Sebek Ra, there's the sons of Net and Kinnu or Kimu Ra. And Kimu Ra, the god of the cataracts or the vortex principle. So it's opening, it's coming into the physical realm. But we're going to go to that because that's also the ram. That's the architect, as it was being said, as well as the pottery wheel. And then you have the Shem Horus. So when you go to the Torms list, the Shem Horus, and then you come to what you would call the dynastic period. So Shem Horus, then you got the mythological gods or the gods. So in each stage of the time period, the dimensions of the consciousness as it's represented is a time construct of the whole entire egg. We're going to go into this in more detail, but I did want to show you that. But let's get back to the breath, just to catch this closing element as we come into our closing hour. I want to get back to the breath with Ethiopia because we spoke on Ethiopia and we spoke on how Rome comes in and Constantine and under the Constantinople, they take a certain position and they override the history. Now, I was going to go through the Gilgamesh epics to try to give us a little understanding of the science to clarify some things. But we're going to come to that in another period. We don't have enough time to kind of get into that all of the way. But, next time we'll get into this star knowledge and how it evolved. But let me see if he'll open up. But here, we went through this before. Oh, it's going to make me have to do a subscription. I've signed up into it. I don't know why it doesn't just log me in. Let me see for the sign me in. I don't remember all of the stuff I did to sign in. All right, so get out of there. I thought I was going to be able to use it. But let's go on and get our update. So in the Ethiop tradition, we went through that the Magi's, because we took that back to Nebuchadnezzar. We took it to the Mesopotamians, Sumerians, to the god kings, and the Apkalu, just like Hapta, Akra. So I wanted you to remember those terminologies. In the Ethiopian Orthodox tradition, the Magi's are considered descendants of the prophet Balaam or Balaam, whose prophecy of the star out of Jacob foretold the birth of Christ. The Ethiopian tradition holds that the Magi received the prophecy from Balaam's writings, which were passed down through their lineage, and therefore recognize the star when it appears. So you got the Balaam history going to the Magi's. Ethiopian and Ethiop literatures may not be the primary area of interest for scholars in the patristics, yet we should bear in mind its importance for preserving in translation many early Christian or Christianized texts, the originals of which are lost. This is especially true of the apocryphal or the pseudographical literature, as for instance the Book of Enoch or Jubilees. As far as the New Testament's apocrypha are concerned, the situation is less clear due to the state of the publication of or the research of relevant texts. It seems, however, there is a considerable room for future discoveries, even though these may not be as spectacular as in the case of the two pseudographs named above, Book of Enoch and Jubilees. Moreover, once the apocryphal material traditions had reached Ethiopia, they never ceased to stimulate the creativity of the Ethiopian gens or letters. But Ethiopia has that Balaam Magi history. So here we go to what the Europeans were doing, what they were looking for. So we talk about Constantinople and Constantine. We talked about how we did in the past class about the Mamelukes, these mercenary armies that were created from slave armies. So you got the Goths, the Visigoths, the Slavs, and all of them. And then these become the ones that eventually take back over Constantinople. Okay, so you got to remember it's a political ploy because the Pope is fighting on power. So you got to think about how this is going. So prior to this, the world is run by the delegation of authority that's coming out of Ethiopia. But what they call it in those times was king priest, the Magi orders. So they called this king priest Prester John. Prester John. And in the history, as we heard earlier, but also as we've read before, let me see if I got it right here to read it to you. All right. So much to the dismay of the Europe's Christians, Prester John and his army did not materialize to assist the Crusaders in their fight. Now, again, Constantine brings up the Pope. They start Christianizing the Visigoths, the Germanic tribes, the Slavs, and all of them. And they start teaching them Christianity their way. But now when the Crusade Wars come upon Jerusalem, they were perpetuating the people to uniting with them under the guise that they were working with Prester John, this great king, and that he was going to come up and do this war for them, and they would all be saved, and they just have to be Christians. So there was a political poise in this, okay? So now the Ethiopian king doesn't come up in the Crusades, and Lalibela, New Jerusalem, is built. So all of the prophecies that were supposed to come through Balaam about the star and Bethlehem and all of this, now this moves right to Ethiopia. And these people were searching for this Ethiopian empire. But everywhere they went, because they sent out Marco Polo and everybody else, and everywhere they went, they found the areas to be designated to this Prester John, to this Ethiopian king priest. Everywhere they went, even into India and so forth, they kept finding it. So most of us, we don't know that this is what Marco Polo was out looking for. We don't know that Christopher Columbus was out looking for this Ethiopian king. And the Pope, all right, think about this. Let's go back one more step. Constantine and them can't get initiated to the high ranks, all right? So he's organizing the people in these areas to go against the high-ranking order, in a sense, okay? Now, he pulls the Pope on that side, and one day we'll go through reading about how it went from archons and the deacons and certain levels, and they created this post-Pope reality. So the Pope wasn't considered that high-ranking at a certain level. He became that through the Constantine thing, okay? So now the power that the Pope wants to wield is still questioned because there is a Prester John. Because there's still this story of this Ethiopian empire, the Magi's, descendants of the story that they're trying to use to gain their power. Council of Nice, they took the star knowledge, took this thing that went to certain star kings, but now they have to eliminate that lineage so that they can make Jesus the mythological, the keeper of the power, and that it doesn't have to be shared with the blood lineages that would come up under what would be called Prester John or the Basilius lineages. So they send him out to find this star king, this Magi, this king priest. But by the early modern periods, the Prester John myth had undergone a substantial geographical shift. Following the reports from Marco Polo, William Ruberg, and others, European thinkers began increasingly convinced that their predecessors were mistaken, and that rather than being located in the extreme Orient, this is why a lot of the ancient books and their cult books still say today Orient, Asia, because this is where they say they went and got certain knowledge. Okay, but they were in India. They were still running into places that were designated as under the rulership of the king priest. Everywhere they went. But in the end, it went from them saying India, Asia, because remember, they didn't want to give no recognition to black Africans anyways. Even in the period of travel and exploration of Europeans, see how they make it clean? Colonization. Ethiopia was still scarcely visited country, known only for being a schismatic Christian kingdom in a poorly defined region, located somewhere to the west of the Nile. It was therefore a part of the world where fertile soil was still available for the sowing of legends. The Queen of Sheba, the Ark of the Covenant, now Prester John, all found a long-term home within the Ethiopian borders. And yet, while the Europeans had limited understanding of Ethiopia and its people, the same cannot be said in verse. Why? Because the Ethiopians were out. Far from being a dormant region passively awaiting enlightenment of discovery, Ethiopians were exploring the streets of Europe long before Europeans had ventured into Ethiopia or any part of the sub-Sahara. When we talk about those Kush, the cups of Kush, those statues, royal figures, where did they come from? So Ethiopia was not a dormant place that didn't set out. So let's go to our closing video. Make sure I got the right one.
What happens to your brain 15 minutes after eating honey? Your doctor will never tell you this. Hardly anyone knows this, but...
He appointed a repentance also for those who sinned after baptism. What if I told you that 15 books were deliberately removed from your Bible, not lost in time, not destroyed by accident, removed by men in power who decided what you should and shouldn't know about God? While your Bible has 66 books, there's a version hidden in the mountains of Africa, in a nation that Rome could never fully conquer, that contains 81 complete books, 15 forbidden texts, books so dangerous that possessing them in medieval Europe could get you executed for heresy. And if you're watching this right now, it's not by accident, because what you're about to discover will either shatter everything you thought you knew about Christianity, or it will finally make sense of what your soul has always felt was missing. One of these forbidden books describes angels descending to earth, having relations with human women, and creating giants, 450-meter-tall hybrids that consumed humanity until God had to reset creation with a flood. Your Bible mentions this in 4 verses. This book explains it in 108 complete chapters. Another reveals a perfect 364-day calendar that God gave to Moses, a calendar that would expose how Rome manipulated time itself to control when you worship. And there's a text showing the final judgment so graphically, so explicitly, that the church banned it because it said, you don't need priests as intermediaries between you and salvation. These aren't conspiracy theories. These are ancient manuscripts, preserved for 1700 years by the Ethiopian Orthodox Church. Ethiopia, the only African nation that was never colonized, the only Christian church that maintained complete independence from Rome, the only Bible that preserved texts the Council of Nicaea decided to eliminate. Among those forbidden texts is the Book of Enoch, a book so powerful, so revealing, that it was directly quoted in your current Bible. Yes, You heard that right. The Bible you hold in your hands quotes a book that's no longer included in it. In Jude verse 14 to 15, it states explicitly, Enoch, the seventh from Adam, prophesied about them. See, the Lord is coming with thousands upon thousands of his holy ones. Jude is quoting word for word from the book of Enoch, chapter 1, verse 9. So the inevitable question arises, if a New Testament apostle considered the book of Enoch important enough to quote directly, why was it removed? Why does your Bible mention a book you can no longer read? The answer will shake you, because what Rome feared wasn't just the content of these books. They feared what would happen if you discovered them. They feared you realizing that the version of Christianity you were given was filtered through political power. That 15 complete books containing detailed prophecies about the last days, complete stories about the birth and childhood of Jesus, mystical teachings about the inner kingdom, apocalyptic revelations more graphic than the revelation of John, testimonies about women leaders in early Christianity, and sacred calendars were all declared heretical, not because they were false, but because they didn't fit the control model Rome wanted to establish. And here's what they never wanted you to know. Ethiopia refused to go along with it. When Emperor Constantine convened the Council of Nicaea in 325 AD to decide which books would be official and which would be forbidden, Ethiopia already had its own established church, independent of Rome. While Europe burned in religious wars and political councils, Ethiopia silently preserved the texts that Rome was destroying. Ethiopian monks copied by hand, generation after generation, the complete Gospels, not the edited version, the complete version, in Ge'ez, an ancient language that conquerors couldn't understand and therefore couldn't censor. And so, while in Europe, entire libraries of heretical texts were being burned, in the mountains of Ethiopia, hidden monasteries guarded the complete truth. Today, in the 21st century, those texts are still there, accessible, complete, waiting for awakened souls like yours to discover what they truly contain. Because what you're about to discover in the next 90 minutes, you won't find in Sunday sermons. You won't hear it in traditional Bible studies. This is the truth that was preserved in a nation that God himself protected from colonization. The only Bible that Rome couldn't edit. The 81 books that tell the complete story. Are you ready to discover why only the Ethiopian Bible tells the truth? Because what comes next will change your understanding of Christianity forever. And if you feel a pull, a resonance with what I'm saying, that's because your soul recognizes when it's hearing something real. You're not here by accident. Let's begin. The year 325 AD was the moment when Christianity stopped being a persecuted faith and became the official religion of the Roman Empire. But that change came at a price that few know about. Emperor Constantine convened more than 300 bishops to the Council of Nicaea with a clear objective: to unify Christianity under a single controllable doctrine. And to achieve that unification, something had to be sacrificed: diversity, the plurality of texts, the different interpretations that existed in the early Christian communities. According to preserved historical records, before the Council of Nicaea, there were dozens of Gospels, apostolic letters, apocalypses, and prophetic books circulating among Christian communities. Each community had its own sacred texts. Each local church preserved teachings they had received directly from the apostles. But Constantine needed uniformity. He needed a single canon, a single official version that everyone would accept. And so began the greatest censorship in the history of Christianity. The bishops gathered at Nicaea made a decision that would change everything. Only 27 books would be accepted in the New Testament. Only 4 Gospels would be considered authentic: Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. The rest would be declared apocryphal, heretical, forbidden, and communities that insisted on reading them would be persecuted. But here's the problem. That decision was not made by divine inspiration. It was a political decision, a decision made by men with power in a context of imperial control. Dr. Bart Ehrman, professor of religious studies at the University of North Carolina, explains it this way: the books that ended up in the New Testament were not the only texts considered sacred by early Christians. There was a battle for orthodoxy, and the winners wrote the history. The winners, that's the key word. The texts you know today are not necessarily the most sacred. They're the ones that won the political battle. But Ethiopia didn't participate in that battle. When Rome was deciding which books to eliminate, Ethiopia already had its own complete collection, and they decided not to eliminate anything. They preserved everything. The 81 books that today make up the Ethiopian Bible include the 66 books you know, plus the Book of Enoch, 108 chapters about fallen angels and prophecies, the Book of Jubilees, detailed rewriting of Genesis, the Maccabees, Mashon 2, 3rd, stories of resistance and faith, the complete Book of Esdras, apocalyptic visions, the Book of Tobit, angels, demons, and deliverance, the Book of Judith, warrior woman who saved Israel, the Wisdom of Solomon, deep philosophical teachings, Ecclesiasticus, practical and spiritual wisdom, Baruch, prophecy and consolation, the letter of Jeremiah, warning against idolatry, the prayer of Azariah, faith in the midst of fire, the song of the three young men, praise in persecution, Susanna, divine justice revealed, Bel and the dragon, Daniel destroying idols, the shepherd of Hermas, visions and angelic commandments, 15 complete books, 15 books that contain prophecies about the last days that are being fulfilled now, stories of powerful women that the church preferred to forget, teachings about angels and demons that explain Genesis 6, apocalyptic visions more detailed than the revelation of John's spiritual instructions that Jesus himself may have known. Why were they removed? Because they were dangerous. Not dangerous to your faith, dangerous to institutional control. The Book of Enoch speaks of angels who disobeyed God and taught forbidden secrets to humanity. That questioned the narrative of blind obedience to religious authority. The Book of Judith tells the story of a woman who saved Israel with her intelligence and courage. That questioned the established patriarchy. The shepherd of Hermas teaches that forgiveness is possible even after baptism. That questioned the control of the sacrament of penance. According to traditions preserved in Ethiopia, these texts were considered sacred by early Christian communities for centuries. They weren't rejected for lack of authenticity. They were rejected because they didn't fit the control model that Rome wanted to establish, and Ethiopia refused to eliminate them. We're living in days when prophecies are being fulfilled before our very eyes, but most still walk in darkness, trapped in incomplete truths that were carefully hidden from humanity for centuries. Now think, what if precisely what was removed from Scripture contains the answers you've been searching for years? Answers that can illuminate your path, strengthen your faith, and reveal the true purpose of Jesus' coming. While Rome eliminated, Ethiopia preserved. And that preservation wasn't accidental, it was providential. Because what comes next, what those 15 books reveal, is so profound that it will change your complete understanding of the Bible, starting with the most controversial book of all, the Book of Enoch, the text that an apostle quoted, but that the church decided to erase. If you ever read Genesis 6 and felt that something was missing, you weren't wrong. Genesis 6:1-4 says, "When human beings began to increase in number on the earth and daughters were born to them, the sons of God saw that the daughters of humans were beautiful, and they married any of them they chose. The Nephilim were on the earth in those days." 4 verses. 4 verses that casually mention that sons of God had relations with human women and fathered giants. And after that explosive declaration, nothing more. The Bible moves forward as if that were normal, as if it didn't need explanation. But it does need explanation. Who were those sons of God? How could they have children with humans? Who were those giants called Nephilim? What forbidden knowledge was taught? Genesis doesn't answer any of that, but the Book of Enoch does. According to the Book of Enoch, preserved complete in the Ethiopian Bible, this is what really happened. 200 angels called the Watchers descended to Mount Hermon with a specific purpose, to observe humanity. But something went wrong. The Watchers fell in love with human women, and under the leadership of an angel named Semyaza, they made a decision that would change history forever. They descended, took human wives, and taught them knowledge that should not have been revealed.
If you can't put the
Bible to close.
Enoch 7:1 says, "And all the others together with them took unto themselves wives, and each chose for himself one. And they began to go in unto them, and to defile themselves with them. And they taught them charms and enchantments." What exactly did they teach? Enoch 8 details it. Azazel taught, the making of swords, knives, shields, and armor, the art of war. Semyaza taught, enchantments and root cutting, magic and sorcery. Amaros taught, the resolving of enchantments, Barakiel taught. Astrology, Kokabiel taught. The signs of the stars, Ezekiel taught. Knowledge of the clouds, Arakiel taught. The signs of the earth, Shamsiel taught. The signs of the sun, Sariel taught. The course of the moon, knowledge that accelerated human evolution, but knowledge that God had not planned to reveal yet. And from the union between angels and women, the Nephilim were born, giants of 3,000 cubits in height, approximately 450 meters, according to some traditions. Hybrid beings who consumed all of humanity's production, and when there wasn't enough food, they began to devour humans themselves. Enoch 7:3-5 says, and the giants begot the Nephilim, and to the Nephilim were begotten the Eliod, and they grew according to their greatness. They consumed the work of all the sons of men, until these could no longer sustain them. Then the giants turned against men to devour them. This is the real reason for the flood. It wasn't just because the wickedness of man was great, it was because human genetics had been corrupted, because hybrid beings dominated the earth, because forbidden knowledge had been revealed before time, and God decided to reset creation. But here's what's fascinating. This complete account was in early Christianity. The early church fathers knew it. Justin Martyr, 2nd century AD, wrote about the fallen angels based on Enoch. Irenaeus of Lyons, 2nd century AD, quoted the book of Enoch as authentic scripture. Tertullian, 2nd-3rd century AD, defended the book of Enoch as inspired prophecy. Clement of Alexandria, 2nd-3rd century AD, considered it sacred scripture. Even Origen, 3rd century AD, used it in his teachings. And what happened? In the 4th century, after the Council of Nicaea, the book of Enoch was declared apocryphal, forbidden, heretical. Why? Because it spoke of angels who disobeyed God, because it revealed that human knowledge had a forbidden origin, because it showed that God had to intervene drastically to save humanity. And those ideas were dangerous for a church that was establishing hierarchies of absolute obedience. But the Ethiopians didn't eliminate it. They preserved it completely. All 108 chapters, all of Enoch's visions about the heavens and their angels, Sheol and the destiny of souls, the final judgment and resurrection, the Son of Man, the Messiah, seated on the throne of glory, the secrets of the universe revealed to Enoch before the flood. And here's the most powerful evidence that the book of Enoch is authentic. It was found among the Dead Sea Scrolls at Qumran. In 1947, when the oldest biblical manuscripts were discovered, do you know what book appeared among them? The Book of Enoch. Fragments in Aramaic and Hebrew that demonstrate this text existed centuries before Christ, that it was read by the Jewish communities of Jesus' time, and that probably Jesus himself knew it, because when Jesus speaks of the Son of Man in the Gospels, he's using exactly the same title that Enoch uses to describe the Messiah. According to traditions preserved in Ethiopia, the Book of Enoch is not a marginal text. It's the key to understanding Genesis. It's the explanation of why the flood was necessary. It's the revelation that there exists a cosmic war between royal angels and fallen angels. And that war didn't end with the flood, it continues to this day. Have you ever heard about the Book of Enoch and its direct connection with Genesis 6? Tell me in the comments. I'm fascinated to know how much true seekers of truth like you know. Your experience can enlighten others who are just awakening to these revelations. If you ever felt that the story of Genesis 6 was incomplete, Ethiopian traditions prove you right. The Book of Enoch is not just ancient history, it's the key that opens the deepest mysteries of the Bible. But Enoch wasn't the only text that Rome wanted to hide. The next Ethiopian book reveals something even more disturbing about time itself. Have you ever wondered why different religious calendars exist? Why does Easter change dates every year? Why do Jews celebrate the Sabbath on Saturday but Christians worship on Sunday? The answer lies in a book that Rome decided to eliminate, the Book of Jubilees, also known as Little Genesis, because it retells the entire story from creation to Moses, but with details that Genesis doesn't include. Precise chronological details, exact dates of biblical events, and something that changed everything, a different calendar from the one Rome imposed. According to the Book of Jubilees, preserved complete in the Ethiopian Bible, God revealed to Moses a perfect solar calendar of 364 days, not 365 like the Roman calendar, not 354 like the lunar calendar. exactly 364 days. Why is that number important? Because 364 is divisible by 7, which means each year has exactly 52 complete weeks, which means sacred festivities always fall on the same day of the week, every single year, without variation, without need for complex calculations, without dependence on the moon. A calendar that reflects divine order. According to traditions preserved in the Qumran manuscripts, this was the calendar used by the Essenes, the strictest Jewish community of Jesus' time, and probably it was the calendar that Jesus himself followed. But Rome had other plans. When Christianity became the official religion of the Roman Empire, they adopted the Julian calendar, a solar calendar of 365 days that didn't align perfectly with the weeks. The result? Easter began to move every year. Biblical festivities lost their fixed dates, and control over when sacred feasts were celebrated passed from scripture to ecclesiastical authority. Coincidence? According to the Book of Jubilees, no. Jubilees 6:36-37 says, "For there are some who will examine the moon diligently, because it corrupts the seasons and comes forward from year to year 10 days. Therefore, they will profane the time, make a false day of testimony and an impure feast. And they will count impure days with holy days, and holy days with impure days." This is a prophecy about the corruption of the sacred calendar, a warning that humanity would abandon the divine 364-day calendar and adopt calendars based on the moon and human decisions. And that's exactly what happened. Dr.
So, do one more just to close us out, because I want to give that clarity and I want to ask the question from what you've received. Okay, I was trying to get you. Christ, in this view, the Son of Man, is the individual manifestation of the universal Christ, which is the divine pattern or the Word of God in every person. Suffering and redemption. Some interpretations link the metaphysical Son of Man to the Christian concept of suffering and sacrifice for the sake of others, serving it as the ultimate act of humility and service. Our story has been hidden in so many different ways. And as we build and destroy, we remove the barriers that box us in. And our goal is to free our consciousness so that every one of you may be a living Christ, a living Messiah. In the Ethiopian World Federation's constitution, we are called to serve our people. Our constitution is actually a call to you to put on the total armor. That's the king priest. It's the administration in the physical and in the spiritual. It is calling you to take up the mantle of a true Christ and serve your people. Bring them to liberation, to freedom. Freedom from the coils of their oppressor. That's the story of Christ. So as we show that the mindsets in seeing the divine science became captive under a Roman period of eliminating our understanding of our story. Now, when we say Rome in this time, we're talking about the Seleucid and the Platonian dynasty. But what they did was they took the names of our truth to give them titleage of a delegation of authority. You'll see that in the Seleucid, you'll see that in Soters, you'll see where they put on our Het Heru names, they'll put on the titleage, they'll put on the titleage of beloved, the Miriam, beloved of God, beloved of Amun, Miriamun. And we have not even hit yet the breakdown of beloved. Because, as we go through this and I say, okay, we show you the Omride dynasty. Okay, all of that is leading us to Hezekiah, Tarahaka. So as we get to those stages and we start showing what they're saying based on our ancient traditions, not based on the religion. So when you see them take the designation of a king priest, when you see them take the designations of a divine being, they call them demigods, you start to say in our language, you'll understand really what they're saying. And you'll start, as we watch the elders speak about Napta, Ptah, Ethiopia, Ptah. And the elder spoke on his name, how it is handed down from generation to generation, and all his family members bear this name. So imagine if that name stays in power and around for 300 years. They would just say that name was 300, lived to be 300 years. Then you would say, oh my God, that person was 300 years old. Not saying that there's not a true science of us living to certain ages, but you're also talking about dynastics, periods, dynasties, So Ethiopia maintained all of that, the mother science, the Mary, the queen mother goddess, the queen Sheba, the Shebas, the Makedas, the star knowledge, everything was still there. Ethiopia had it all, still has it all. I don't want to say had it all, still has it. So, in the breakdowns of these components, it's for us to see the science of our life. And that means to activate that consciousness that brings you back to supreme intelligence. Takes you out of the animalistic stage, takes you out of the medulla oblongata, the reptilian brain survival mode. opens your consciousness back up. You know, when I hear people say, oh, I've been dealing with this and I'm dealing with this, I look to see where it's took them at. Has it opened them to see the science of life? And in that, is it stargazing, or has it really activated them to that mode, to that Christ conscious mode, to that intelligence that is woven in creation, to that breath of life, to that light, to the I am, to the I am that I am. So some may find these topics troubling because the paradox in time has boxed the minds in. But as His Majesty said, the rock of all ages. What's the rock of all ages? What's the foundation? What's the stone that the builders refuse, that comes through all ages? So in learning this, it makes us more compatible to work in the unified effort as we, the Black peoples of the world. In our oneness, without biasness, because your story is my story. Regardless if you say Islam, Buddhism, whatever, now we can really see your story is our story. Just give me 1 second with this.
If you're in a home with a roof that has any of these 4 issues, we have an offer specifically for you. Does your roof have a...
Hold on, I was trying to make me go into something else. Hold on.
Baal and Dagon, the ancient gods of the Bible. During ancient times, a god known as Baal was worshipped throughout Canaan and Phoenicia. During the Judges period, the practice of Baal worship penetrated Jewish religious life. Judges 3:7, New American Standard Bible. So the sons of Israel did what was evil in the sight of the Lord, and they forgot the Lord their God, and served the Baals and the Asheroth. The practice of Baal worship became widespread in Israel during the reign of Ahab. The method of Baal worship also affected Judah. 2 Chronicles 28, 1-4. Ahaz was 20 years old when he became king, and he reigned in Jerusalem for 16 years. He did not do what was right in the sight of the Lord as his father David had done, but he walked in the ways of the kings of Israel. He also made cast metal images for the Baals. Furthermore, he burned incense in the valley of Ben Hinnom, and burned his sons in fire, according to the abominations of the nations whom the Lord had driven out from the sons of Israel. He sacrificed and burned incense on the high places, on the hills, and under every green tree. It's important to remember that the plural form of the word Baal is Baalim, which means Lord. In addition to being considered a fertility god, Baal was also thought to help the earth produce crops, and humans produce offspring. Various locales emphasized one or another of his attributes, and designed particular sects of Baalism. Numbers 25:3 depicts Baal of Peor, while Judges 8:33 depicts Baal Berith. The word's etymology shows that Baal was viewed as the landlord of a specific location, thereby restricting its use to people who were no longer drifters, but had settled down. These local Baals were thought to be in control of agriculture, creatures, and humanity's fertility. It was crucial to winning their favor, especially in places like Pal, where there are few natural streams or springs and rainfall is unpredictable. This led to the adoption of extreme practices. Baal eventually ascended to the position of preeminent deity in the region. Part of this process, according to some researchers, can be traced back to the Ugaritic scriptures. Baal is identified as the son of Dagon. Dagon is one of the Bible's most ancient gods. We will cover this deity later in the video. Scriptures of Baal depict him wearing a helmet decorated with bull's horns, representing fertility and strength. He carries a club or mace in one hand, probably meaning thunder, and a spear embellished with leaves in the other, possibly representing both lightning and vegetation. In Aramean sculptures, Baal is depicted riding a bull. Anath, referred to as the Virgin Anath, was Baal's spouse and sister and shared many of his escapades. The evidence indicates that Baal and other Canaanite deities were worshipped in Egypt. However, they didn't become a severe threat to the religion of the Egyptians. The situation was different in Israel, where, through the process of syncretism, the worship of Yahweh was profoundly influenced and threatened by alien elements from the Baal cults. This was due to two main factors. First, the Israelites did not drive out the Canaanites, but intermarried with them, thus raising the problem of the interrelationship between Yahweh and Baal. Second, Yahweh had given Israel a significant victory over the Canaanites, and his supremacy was unquestioned. Baal was considered the most powerful of all gods, eclipsing El, who was seen as rather weak and ineffective. In various battles, Baal defeated Yam, the god of the sea, and Mot, the god of death and the underworld. Baal's sisters/consorts were Ashtoreth, a fertility goddess associated with the stars, and Anath, a goddess of love and war. Baal worship was rooted in sensuality and involved ritualistic prostitution in the temples. At times, appeasing Baal required human sacrifice, usually the firstborn of the one making the sacrifice. Jeremiah 19:5. And have built the high place of Baal to burn their sons in the fire as burnt offerings to Baal, a thing which I did not command nor speak of, nor did it ever enter my mind. Baal's priests worshipped their deity with riotous rites that featured ecstatic shouts and self-inflicted harm.
Now, I wanted to play that because I wanted to close out with that and that to your mindset to see how we just looked at fertility, Mother Goddess, and Rome working hard to destroy those constructs. And then the last component is they sold you that Baal and Marduk represented a god that people sacrificed their children to. Well, I did extensive history on that and studying, so I'll close with that. If you go to the Bible and you go to your history, there are more sacrifices designated to Yahweh in the ancient history than Baal and Marduk. And it's in your history right before you. Let me just make sure I get where I can pull it up at. Make sure I got the right place. I think I put it here. Let me just try to pull up something real fast to close out. We at 12:30. It's not in here. it's not in here. Yeah, it's not in here. Yeah, I wanted to just close out on that, but we'll build on that next time. I wanted to show you directly in the language. Hold on. I think I got my book right here. If I do, I might read it to you. Nope, I don't have it right. Okay, so I don't have it right here. But if you take your time, you look up if you take your time and you look up sacrifices to Yahweh, let's see, it might pop up. Because the religious fear is people are afraid they're gonna be put with the evil vice, and so Alright, so let me see. Biblical texts contain narrative passages that refer to instances of historical practice of human sacrifice among some of the ancient Israelites, sometimes in a manner that suggests it was directly towards Yahweh. However, the biblical text strongly condemn the practice as an abomination, also with foreign gods like Molech. The biblical narrative passage, the Bible of Isaac, the famous story of Isaac supposed to be sacrificed by Abraham, but the ram in the bush. Japhet's daughter, Judges 11. Japhet, a judge in Area, vows if God grants him victory over the Ammonites, he will sacrifice whatever first comes out of his house to meet him upon his return. His only daughter is the first person to greet him. The text states that he did to her according to his vow, which many historical interpretations, the first century CE historian Joseph understands as a human sacrifice. Some modern interpretations, however, argue she was dedicated to lifelong virginity in service to God and not physically killed. Firstborn concentration, several passages. Exodus states that the firstborn, both humans and animals, are to be consecrated to Yahweh. With some earlier texts not explicitly mentioning the later requirements for redemption, buyback of human firstborns through animal sacrifice or monetary payments. This has led some scholars to argue the firstborn human sacrifice may have been an ancient, earlier practice in some Yahwistic circles that was later abolished. King David, the Gideons. During a famine, David, seeking appease to God, allows 2 of Saul's sons and 5 of his grandsons to be killed by the Gibeonites and their bodies impaled before the Lord. This is cited by some as a potential instance of human sacrifice, though interpretations vary. 72. I was trying to get to. Despite these narratives, numerous Bibles, there are general scholars' consensus. Hold on. Somebody might have some knowledge in here. Alright. The passage indicates that the 7th century child sacrifice was a Judean practice performed in the name of Yahweh. 657, Isaiah 30, 27, 33 appears as the best evidence for early practices of child sacrifice in Israel. According to P. Muscar, the image of child sacrifice in this 8th and 7th century passage serves a way to describe Yahweh's coming destruction of Israel. In this text, there is no offense taken at the Tophet, the precinct of a child sacrifice. It would appear that the Jerusalemite cult included child sacrifice under Yahweh's patronage. It is that the Leviticus 2 through 5 deplores Ezekiel 16, 20, 21, 36, and 23, 39 assume that child sacrifice was intended for a multiplicity of deities. The legal proscription against child sacrifice in the Holiness Code, Levi, Deuteronomy 12, are unclear regarding the divine recipient. Leviticus 22 through 5 suggests the sacrifice is not to take place in Yahweh's temple, perhaps to avoid the performance of it in his name. I was trying to, there's a very particular verse, and it's, let me see, I might can make it pop up. Let me see, just trying one more, then I'll close. Let me go back. Let me see. Yeah, it didn't come up. See if it'll find it for me. Well, I'll show it next time. Just wanted to close out with kind of getting us to see that there is a secondhand story before us, and the manipulation of what Rome wanted to achieve, the manipulation of shutting down your consciousness, your intuition, and making you afraid of your science by perception of religion and that you're worshiping other gods than the one God. Thereby you miss the science that your ancestors taught you. And so our coping in life is they say now the youth don't have emotional coping skills. The emotional breakdown of people, meaning they can't measure life no more. And they do a lot of things just to feel life. And then these things fail them and they still feel empty. And this drives a mental disbalance. So we're talking about ma'at. We're talking about giving our people justice by upholding our constitutional obligation to assimilate the ancient Ethiopian culture. Give thanks. Any questions? I moved fast. I tried to want to close at 12:30, so Like, forgive me if I didn't look at the hands prior to this. I'll be hoping for the chair to kind of say to me if someone had a question. Anyone had a question, a word they wanted to say, something they wanted to ask about, the floor is open. Floor is open. Give thanks. Do anyone feel, does anyone found a new view on the basis of Christianity? And we still haven't went back to go all the way into that story. You know, we explained to you that the Quran is a correction of chronology. And the Quran places Mary, the mother of Jesus, in the time of Amram, of Moses. And the Quran places the nation of Amram above all nations. So those keys are very important in our next endeavor as we map this out to these God kings as we get to His Majesty. But I'm hoping that just the videos open the consciousness to a different perception of what is being said in Africa. You know, because some people give us the construct that we worship evil spirits, in a sense. So did anyone feel they have a different view of Christianity? Did any of you know of the Constantine and the Rome conquest and how it ties into your Pope? And then that leads us into the Papal Bull as we get further into history. But give me a little feedback.
Well, I would say this, with Constantine, um, when I found out about his mother Helena, and even with her position within the church, it showed how they really did um copy the customary aspect of what the Ethiopians and what the Cushites were doing down to the T. Even the place of the cross being found being the temple of Hathor. So they really did go after it, and it wasn't just religion in a simple sense, but it is that birthright, that reality that they were going after, and they were fitting all of the pieces for that power structure. So even with the mother, of the quote unquote God, the mother of God concept with his mother Helena, find very interesting.
Yes, I. And then we have to remember Ross Cypher's lesson to us on what is the true cross. This was an astrological tracing of blood lineage through dynastical things. And so when you dealing with that, there is a measurement that leads you to a certain star lineage. And we read how they didn't know where Prester John, the Magi, the empire of Ethiopia, that king priest. They didn't know exactly at first where it was at. They didn't know.
Mm-hmm.
Now, they knew of Kemet, of the upper, what you would call Lower Egypt, but they weren't prescribed to really understand all of that. So the findings of certain things is really the revelations in which they're citing still to the blood lineage. It comes as the cross, but it's still, when you even study the points on the cross and how they use it, that becomes a whole nother conversation. But yes, it is. Constantine did put a work in. The Roman followed the process. What we call Roman, or what we call Greek, Roman, Hellenistic, it becomes the time period of Herod. And this is where our Jesus story kicks in as well. So it's important to really free our mind to be able to unravel that, because sometimes people won't ask the right questions because they're afraid that it may shake their foundation. So we're not here to break you off your foundation, but to give you the ability to build on your foundation to the next level. And that's a free mind and not an entrapped mind. Yes, Chair.
Yes, sir. And then one more thing too, the idea of how they took the God and the goddess concept of the divine marriages, or the seeking of certain bloodlines to bring out that DNA,
Right.
and they gave the people this concept of just loving anyhow and just being free, but it seemed like it was a ploy, to scatter a certain type of demographic, and then come back again to have marriage like it's a bondage, in a certain sense, because they had the certain bloodlines controlled a certain type of way. But then the powers that be, the certain ones who became the kings, they then, went and pillaged and raped all over the place and all these different things. So they took away the knowledge from the people, they took away the customs from the people, and they gave them this perversion, and then they used that to control the people and to spread what they wanted to spread in their certain ways. So these kings would have so many bastardized children, and it would bring a certain type of energy and bring war and problems and famine and instability. That I found that to be very interesting. I feel like they intentionally uh they muddle up the water. They intentionally made these people on the higher echelons of society do this to spread a certain type of uh DNA, or a certain type of lifestyle. And even today, with our population now, we see a lot of women who were single women go after the same type of man, or almost literally like the same one type of person. And then they're all complaining about the mishaps of that type of lifestyle, but still go after that certain stereotype kind of person. I found that to be a very interesting thing that they put into society intentionally. Yes, I. Yeah, man. Great, great, great build tonight. Very much in depth. And then the reiteration of those two videos, over and over again. That brings in, a realization. And when you hear new information with the same information that was brought forth before, it solidifies it even more to make it understandable. So yes, I, yes, I. Great build, great build. All right, and I'm gonna put in the 20 rubber one more time. Then we go end it off with a prayer from God himself. Yes, I, yes, I. Thank y'all for coming into our story tonight. It has been wonderful. It has been thought-provoking. It has been revealing, and it has been solidifying into the consciousness about our reality and our balance and our archetypal life towards family and stability. Yes, I give thanks.
No, I won't hide. Bum, 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 this a junior bum, 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 this a junior bum, 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 this a junior bum. If Jah is standing by my side, then why should I be afraid of a pestilence that crawleth by night? If Jah standing by my side, then why should I be afraid of a pestilence that crawleth by night? Your best you try to harm I and I, aiming to kill, but I love you still, 'cause you are here to make prophecy fulfill. It's your will, no weapon that form against me, desire shall not be. Divine protection shall set my soul free. Talk to me. Jah is standing by my side. Then why should I be afraid of a pestilence that crawleth by night? If Jah is standing by my side, then why should I be afraid of a pestilence that crawleth by night? The gates of hell can never prevail. From I know Jah, he never fail. What you think I'm gonna do? Keep up now? No, no, not go bow. My foes attack and I just smile. They don't seem to understand my style. My confidence is so high, high. In a Baba Jah, Jah is standing by my side. And then why should I be afraid of a pestilence that crawleth by night? If Jah is standing by my side, then why should I be afraid of a pestilence that crawleth by night? Bum, 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 this a junior bum, 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 this a junior bum, 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 this a junior bum, bum, bum. So talk your talk and laugh your laugh. That won't shiver my heart. His secret tabernacle will guide I, guide I, guide I. Guess your guess and test your test. That is in your own interest. To find out the power of the Most High, Most High, Most High. Jah is standing by my side. And then why should I be afraid of a pestilence that crawleth by night? If Jah is standing by my side, then why should I be afraid of a pestilence that crawleth by night? Bum, 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 this a junior bum, 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 this a junior bum,
We're starting Black Friday early this year.
Be still, all ye enemies of Jah, and know that the Lord God Jah the Almighty shall wound the head of his enemies. Jah, Rastafari, Haile Selassie the first. Oh, let God arise, let his enemies be scattered. Let them also that hate him flee before him. As smoke is driven away, so drive them away. As wax melted before the fire, so let the wicked perish at the presence of God. But let the righteous be glad. Let them rejoice before God, yeah. Let them exceedingly rejoice. Sing unto God, sing praises to his name. Extol him that rideth on the heavens by his name. Jah, Rastafari, Haile Selassie the first. O Father, strength and Redeemer, who lives and rules and reigns over all living things. The Father of the fatherless and the Judge of the widows is God in his holy habitation. God setteth the solitary in families. He bringeth out those which are bound with chains, but the rebellious dwell in dry land. O God, Jah Rastafari, Haile Selassie, O Father, strength and Redeemer, when thou wentest forth before thy people, when thou did march through the wilderness, Selah, the earth shook, the heavens also dropped at the presence of God. But even Shinar itself was moved at the presence of God, Jah Rastafari, Haile Selassie first, the God of Israel. Though, O God, Jah Rastafari, Haile Selassie, O Father, strength and Redeemer, did send a plentiful rain, whereby thou did confirm thine inheritance when it was weary. Thy congregation hath dwelt therein. Thou, O God, Jah Rastafari, Haile Selassie, O Father, strength and Redeemer, hast prepared of thy goodness for the poor. The Lord God, Jah the Almighty, Haile Selassie, O Father, strength and Redeemer, gave the word. Great was the company of those that published it. Kings of armies did flee apace, and she that tarried at home divided the spoil. Though ye have lain among the pots, yet shall ye be as the wings of a dove covered with silver, and her feathers with yellow gold. When the Almighty God, Jah Rastafari, Haile Selassie, O Father, strength and Redeemer, scattered kings in it, it was white as snow in Salmon. The hill of God, Jah Rastafari, Haile Selassie, O Father, strength and Redeemer, is as the hill of Bashan, and high hill as the hill of Bashan. Why leap ye high hills? This is the hill which God, Jah Rastafari, Haile Selassie the first, desireth to dwell in. Yea, the Lord God, Jah the Almighty, Haile Selassie, O Father, strength and Redeemer, will dwell in it forever. The chariots of God are 20,000, even thousands of angels. The Lord God, Jah the Almighty, Haile Selassie, O Father, strength and Redeemer, is among them, as in Shinar, the place. Thou hast ascended on high. Thou hast led captivity captive. Thou hast received gifts from man. Yea, for the rebellious also, that the Lord God, Jah the Almighty, Haile Selassie, O Father, strength and Redeemer, might dwell among them. Blessed be the Almighty God, Jah Rastafari, Haile Selassie, O Father, strength and Redeemer, who daily leadeth us with benefits, even the God of our salvation, Selah. He that is our God is the God of salvation, and unto God, Jah Rastafari, Haile Selassie, O Father, strength and Redeemer, the Lord belongeth the issues from death. But the Lord God, Jah the Almighty, Haile Selassie, O Father, strength and Redeemer, shall wound the head of his enemies, and hear his scalp of such an one as goeth unstill in his chest.
One extra in Jamaica with your boy Shawnee B. 2025. With Kingston in the backdrop, I present to you one of the most chilled, relaxed artists in the game, Mortimer.
He close it out with an answer. One moment.
Swiftly gather, Jah children are gathered to thee. With our red, gold, and green floating o'er us, and our emperor to shield us from wrong. With our hope and our future before us, we hail and we chant and we sing. God bless our needless eye, who keeps Ethiopia free. Advance to advance with truth and right. To advance with love and light. With righteousness leading, we hail to our God and our King. Humanity pleading, one God, all star. Ethiopia, the tyrants are falling, who once more thee underneath. Children are artically calling from over the distant sea. Jehovah, the great one, has heard us. He has come to protect us from wrong. He has sent his holy angels to guide us and to protect us in this land. God bless our needless life, who keeps Ethiopia free. Advance to advance with truth and right. To advance with love and light. With righteousness pleading, we hail to our God and our King. Humanity pleading, one God, all star.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Welcome in. Thank everybody for coming in tonight. Yeah, it's been wonderful. Just gonna run a couple of tunes just to, but we are clear and give thanks. Yeah, something for us, Minister?
I did want to show one thing because I was thinking about Ross Daniels' question last time when we looked at Agartha, Shambhala, the underworld. And we did all of this discussion, and one of the main components was the Book of Enoch with Ethiopia. And I wanted to, I show it, but my mind is where I've known for the wording. And I wanted to read just a little quick clip because Enoch has a personification that I think a lot of times we don't get it. And so Enoch has also been called the Hermes, Thoth, Dejahuti. And so in the cipher, when you hear them speaking at Ethiopia, held the Book of Enoch, the Shepherd of Hermes, Jubilees, and certain other things, I don't know if, like Thoth Hermes is a generic name, as is Enoch or the Enochian, the inner spiritual eye. Nebo, the prophet and seer, it is not the proper name of any one living man, but a generic title of many adepts. Their connection in symbolic allegories with the serpent is due to their alignment by the solar planetary gods during the earliest intellectual race. So this is where you get dragon dynasties, the serpent dynasties, the serpent kings. And then you have that period where we watched where the elder talked about how the serpent kings, he said reptilians, and they call them Anunnakis by some, but came and told them they'll help them return or teach them to be gods. So the story goes in a certain way, and it uses the cave. But just to read this last little bit real quick and let you close. But a generical title of many adepts, their connection in symbolic allegories with the serpent is due to their enlightenment by the solar planetary gods during the earliest intellectual race. The third, they are all the representative patrons of secret wisdom. So we're talking about secret society, secret things, but it's certain now that how they say it. Asclepius or Imhotep is the son of the sun god Apollo, and he is Mercury. Nebo is the son of Bel, Belas. Bel, Murdoch, or Murat, Murdoch, is the Vinvasata Manu. Gotta read that too. The great Rishi is the son of the Vivant and the son of the Surya or the Suri. All while astronomically the Nagas, along with the Rishi and the Gandharvas and Asparas or the Gramanas or the Yakshas, minor gods, the Yatunadas and the Devas are the sun attendants through the 12 solar months in Theogony or Theogony. And also in the anthropomorphical evolution, they are gods and men. When incarnated in the netherworld, let the reader be reminded in this connection of the fact of Apollonius or Apollonius, Nias, met in the Kashmir. And I wanted to get to that word Kashmir because Kashmir goes to Kish, goes to Kush. And when we read the Gatha, you get the story of the Kashmir. So you get Kashmir Buddhist Nagas, which are neither serpent zoological, nor yet the Nagas ethnologically, but wise men. The Bible from Genesis to Revelations is but a series of historical records of great struggle between white and black magic, between the adepts of the right path, the prophets, and those of the left. The Levites, the clergy of brutal masses, even the students of occultism, though some of them have more archaic manuscripts, direct teachings to rely upon, find it difficult to draw a line or demarcation between the solidars of the right path and those of the left. The great schism that arose between the sons of the fourth race and soon as the first temple and the halls of initiation had been erected under the guidance of the sons of God is an allegorized in the sons of Jacob, that there were two schools of magic, and the Orthodox Levites did not belong to the Holy One, is shown in the words pronounced by the dying Jacob. No theologian any more than an Orientalist can ever understand the genealogies of the Prajatas and the Manus and the Rishis, nor the direct connection of these or their correlations rather with the gods, unless he has the keys to the old primitive cosmology or cosmogony of the theogony, which all the nations originally had in common. All these gods and demigods are found reborn on earth in various kalpas and as various characters, each moreover having his karma distinctly traced, every effect assigned to its cause. So the codes and languages, you know, well, I won't read the last little part there because it should say it right here. Oh no, it don't say it there. All right. But yeah, that's what I just wanted to show for Enoch. You know, Thoth, Hermes. But this is your encodement, the Janak, the wise one. Just wanted to remind you, so when you heard those books of Enoch, it takes you into all of the ciphers, just to say that. And that's what's going to lead us into the next stage. Give thanks, Jay.
Yes, I give thanks. All right. All right. Just gonna close out with one last piece. It says,
If you have to choose, the only reason why we get inside, only one way, you never ever tryna look down on yourself if it's not your matters over. You think about me, Why I've been calling you my friend still? You got nothing to say. The ocean that you swim, your passion and your dreams. Believe me, there's one thing guaranteed. Oh, you people, it's the wider road you chose. You don't wanna hear the truth of my. Stay simple. He proclaiming the good news, we no longer under rule. It was said unto us, the Spirit of the Lord in form of a dove from heaven above, saying, He is the chosen one, yeah. I'm talking about Him, who came and saved the world, living like Him. Carry up your cross, we are heading where there's love, no hatred no more. No sickness no more, no hunger no more. Me have to say love, 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 peace and harmony. 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 Let's reason out this. When you see a man on the streets looking at for answers, for heaven's sake, please. Say narrow is the road still, some of them are laughter. Or don't you wanna see the different grace, different gates? How can't you see that blessings that we needed is granted on the long life? We only live once. Give thanks in every situation for life. See, they don't care what the blind man says. Genuine hope on the other side. Better giving thanks each and every day, yeah. And I don't want a reason, so why be so close? I'm a tongue to my nose like whoa, whoa, whoa. I mean, sometimes I'm bad though, sometimes I'm good, but God in all the things that we all know. And I know, now I know, you're my remedy inside my soul. Well, I know, now I know, you'll be waiting over me to come back home. And I am not alone, you're my family. Give me love and my peace, you're my harmony, Jehovah Jireh. You're my only, you're the only person feeding me. Me have to say love, 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 peace and harmony. Love and love and love, 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 peace and harmony. Right out to you, love, love, peace and harmony. Love, 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 peace and harmony. It's love and love and love. It's love and love and love. Love.
Yes, I give thanks for the music, family. Truly grateful.
Yes, yes, yes. Give thanks, give thanks. Give thanks, Denta, for the work. And it's love, peace, and harmony. Balance. That's what this science is bringing us to. So we give thanks and praise for this night. Everyone have a wonderful evening. Negusa Salam. We'll see y'all next strong again for our story. Yes, I give thanks.
Yes, I, Nagu Salam, give thanks. Amashe, Amashe.